Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, November the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Yeah, very active morning for me. Typically do too much trading in the pre-market, especially not two, but these were too hard to resist. So the GTEC, and again, guys, I get this question a lot. Where did you see it? Where did you see it? I share my pre-market actives up and down, my gap my gap ups and down, and they're always there. Okay, it's not really hard to find them. I mean, GTCE is up 59%, so you know it's going to be in the gapper list. And it's an EV play. I think it's an EV play. Yeah, so it's an EV play. And this was a crazy one a few months ago. I remember this one got up to 27. I think it was a meme stock. Anyway, I'm out of it now. I actually wanted to prove to people that you can do things in the pre-market. Okay, I wanted to show you can do things in the pre-market using Brokerage Plus. This is in the simulator, of course, but I just wanted to prove to people because I would get the email, can't use Brokerage Plus in the pre-market. Yes, you can. And then CNTB, all-time low. My favorite new thing to watch, all-time low. Got knocked down horribly on data. By the way, we still, in Canada, I guess we still do not have access to our headline news, the pop-up. Yeah, still no data to display, but I guess you guys in the States are okay. Anyway. Now, LGVN. I have to admit, this took me by complete surprise. Of course, this one was one we were all watching and trading in yesterday's trading room. I was waiting for an 850 break, which I think I got it right here. Yeah, I was waiting for an 850 break. This is at 330. I actually took a little bit and I traded out of it. I was hoping, of course, it would take out the highs. And then it did this. It dropped all the way down to 6. I thought, well, that's got to be it. And the only reason I even knew it had moved after hours is I saw something on Twitter, some guy saying, wow, look at this thing. It's still alive. So yeah, it is still alive. Tusk. Another EV play, Tusk, T-U-S-K. Is it holding? Is it holding? No. So it had the big gap up after hours, something to do with charging stations or a charging contract. Anyway, had a big pop up after hours, but it's given most of it up. Fetch, FTCH. FTCH is an earnings play and a gap down. You can see the reaction after hours. Yesterday, big gap down, kind of holding in the area. So FTCH. This could be another interesting one. If I got the right symbol, GRCL. GRCL. Is it a low float? Yeah, not really a low float, but orphan drug tag. So FDA granted them orphan drug status. Okay. It's kind of hanging in this area here. Yeah, it's not a super low float. China stock. Very cheap one, little earnings play. I have to remind myself what the float is. BHTG. Yeah, so it's a fairly low float, 24 million in the float. It's only up 10 cents, released after hours. So I guess the thing is, if it can kind of regain, anywhere near what it did after hours yesterday, which is 150, we're at 113 right now, then that'd be a great percentage move. But, I have my doubts. Just have to wait and see what happens. Workday, for those of you who don't mind playing a little more expensive ones, Workday getting hammered down on earnings, WDAY. I guess not hammered. I mean, it looks bad. $17, it's down 5.5%. It's not like a massive, it's not like it's down 30 or 40%. But anyway, you can see what's happening. You know, ahead of it was having a beautiful run, and now earnings, and it's wiped out all of this. This could be another interesting one today. AUR, autonomous vehicles, AUR, all-time high. I want to take over for me, Real. I'm basically done for the day. And good morning. UMWC share buyback program has been accelerated. UWMC. And this was a meme stock, I believe, a few months ago. I think the memers had a hold of this one. And fun, yeah, I hate to put this one up, but I have to, I guess. PHUN. Is it holding? Yeah, actually it's kind of holding. 427.4. I know there was some news beginning to process initial assurances, not assurances. Issuances, sorry. Initial issuances. I have to click on our news. Okay, so what are they doing? Begin processing initial issuances of Funcoin. All right. Okay. Well, I think that's it, Frank. They don't understand that you can't go in at market order, you know, but you just pick a price, go in, and I just wanted to prove to people, you know, you can use, this is in our simulator, okay, and you can use the simulator to do pre and post market trading. All right. Well, I think this G-Tech could still be pretty active all day. So I know it's had a nice little pullback here. I'm out of it. I say I got in around 750, traded most of it out, average is 750. This got all the way up to 9 or so. But, you know, I would not doubt that it's going to be active all day with that float, 4.5 million in the float. Just take a look left here on the weekly chart, 1124 is a high over here. That is the same high in the monthly. So, you know, it still has some room to run if it wants to. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades for this morning from briefing.com. Let me just get my email loaded. Yeah, actually quite a few upgrades. Okay, let's take a look at them. Just a few more to go of the upgrades. I see INTU has an upgrade. Okay, Goldman's got a couple of upgrades this morning. INTU and HZNP. Take a look at those. Bunch of airlines being downgraded. Okay. No, it's not like that, Felix. This list is just the ones that are active in the pre-market. Have to wait for the market to open and start seeing what is happening with them. Okay, these are just the active. There's no guarantee that they're. I mean, I still think the GTEC is going to be alive all day with that float, but that's not a recommendation to hop into the trade right now or anything. These are just active in the pre-market. We just got to wait and see what happens once the market opens to see if there's some continuation. But I did already trade both the GEC and the CNTB on a short. I've already done that this morning. Out of them both right now. ONON, guys, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. And I'm hearing HUT now. HUT is also active. A little bit of activity for HUT, HUT, Canadian crypto play. All right, just a few more downgrades to go. I want to take a look at those upgrades from Goldman to see if there's any movement on them. So we have the two upgrades from Goldman, HZNP. Let's see what's happening with it. HZNP. And the answer is, any activity yet? Yeah. In fact, I didn't realize this was so expensive now. Wow, what a run this has been on for the last few years. Anyway, so it's up a little bit. I thought it was still in the 40s. I haven't seen this one for a long time. And the other one was Intuit. No, not Intuit. INTU. No, it is Intuit. Wow, look at this one. It's an earnings play. I didn't even know they were still around. Look at this. What a pop. $84, 13%. Oh, I see, Felix. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about specific stocks, okay? Well, it depends on your trading style. I'm a momentum trader, so I'm always looking for things making new highs or new lows for the day. That may not be your style, but I'm always watching these two here, the daily breakouts on 10-day daily breakouts are down, and my moving higher with unusually strong options. Those are the three I tend to focus on. I mean, I remember Intuit from the old days. So that is from I I'm sorry, I do apologize. I thought you were talking about what stocks do I recommend that I'm posting up here. The pre-market actives. Yeah, so if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, you will see them. You will see, well, you'll see these two, the daily breakdown, and then you'll also see this one, unusually strong options volume. Now this one, I will, if you load these two, what I've done and what I didn't do, probably try to do it over the weekend, is I upped the relative volume to 8 in both of them, okay? So if you check, when you load them, you'll see a relative volume maybe of 1, okay? I upped it to 8 because I didn't want to get as many alerts. You don't have to, but you know, you might be, I think you get too many alerts with just a relative volume of 1. Okay. Now, what time is it? 9:21. Let's take a quick look. There's the GTEC, guys. Oh my goodness, it ran away from me. It just absolutely ran away from me. Look at that, from 761 right up to 9 something. And that's telling me right there, 44 cents from where I exited in the simulator. Well, that's not far off. Well, you can just tell all traders are looking for today is what could possibly be today's LGVN, okay? That's all they're looking for. Completely different sectors, of course. It doesn't really matter. Why are they looking at GTEC? Why? Right there. Look at the float. 4.5 million in the float. Okay? And hopefully that'll arrow be the same. There we go. Look at LGVN, 2.6 million in the float. And by the way, it did trade over 100 times the float yesterday. 278 million it traded, and the float is 2.68 million. You divide the 2.68 million into 278, and that doesn't include after hours, I don't think. But anyway. First of all, Pete, okay, so if you're trying to use it in the pre-market, so you're talking about you're talking about when the market opens. Okay. Well, 0.5 is pretty low. I mean, it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for stocks that are really active, I would probably start with a minimum of 3. I mean, 0.5 is not even, that's half of normal, so. And then you can always adjust it. You know, if you're still getting too many, or you're getting too few, you can start adjusting that. And of course, there are other filters. But all right, guys, what time is it? Wow, 9:24. Let me do a quick look to see what's going to happen, or what could possibly be happening today in terms of the sectors. Wow, the SPY has had a big recovery. We were down quite a bit this morning, but the SPY is recovering, almost flat. So let's take a look at the major sectors. Yay, energy! I'm only cheering because I'm a Canadian. I want our dollar to start dropping compared to yours. So 100% of these stocks are down from yesterday's close. That's what that refers to. So the strong sector would be, there's really no strong sector to start off with. You know, 50-50 really with tech, 50-50 with communications, 50-50 real estate. There's really no strong sector, but certainly the weak sector right now is energy. And of course, this can change. You know, you look at this an hour later, things can change. Okay. Yeah, I wish it were closer to an all-time low, Zach. You know, that's my favorite earnings play on a gap down, but it's not there. Now, 36.50. So if we look on the monthly chart, we see a couple of candles down here around 33. Is that right? Yeah, around 33. What's the low here? 30, actually 34.29. And then here is 36.59. So got that. You know, maybe just, you know, to get the dramatic move down, I wish this weren't here. I mean, it still may have the move down, but I don't use average daily volume ever, Pete. Okay? I don't believe in it because you might get a stock that, like a stock like GTEC, which is exploding today. Okay? If you put half, I mean, it may not trade. I'm just using this as an example. It doesn't really trade very much, but all of a sudden it's having an incredible day, you know, in terms of volume. If you have 500,000 shares as a minimum, you'll probably miss a stock like this. So I just don't use average daily volume at all. I think that's more appropriate for maybe for swing. I don't even know what it's appropriate for. I just have never used it because I'm more of a day trader. So I don't care what the average volume is. You know, if it's exploding today, that's all I care about. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I hear KPTI ringing in my ear. What are you doing, KPTI? So you're moving down. Morgan Stanley downgrades. This one, KPTI. So there's a downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Not very much volume yet, but seems like it is affecting it somewhat. All right, guys, 1 minute to the open. I beat you. Thank you, William, though. It is possible, in terms of the all-day short, I've already, well, if you read my post, I've already covered it. I got in right around here, right under that 791, and I covered at 725. Hey, so those of us in Canada, I guess we're still having our IB issues, right? With the headline news and all. Clicking on it and the fundamental data. Okay. All right, guys, we've got about 5 seconds to the open. Okay, but if you click on a headline, this is what I get. No data to display. Okay, guys, we are now open. Let's see what happens now. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I took a couple of pre-market trades, but here, Viacom. Viacom showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh man, look at the G-Tech. G-Tech, G-Tech, G-Tech. Well, it's going to look terrible where I got out at. There are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but doesn't mean, of course, can't speak for every other broker out there. Dak, you're here early. Yeah, you know, CNTB takes out 6 again, or sorry, 7 again. I mean, this could be, yeah, the all-day short. I'm going to stick an alert down here at the low, 684. See if that happens later. It may be hard to get because of the uptick rule. One of the reasons I took it in the pre-market, easy to get, no problems, no uptick rule. And we have a halt. We have a halt, and guess who's halted? So LGVN is halted. Telekomunikasi Indonesia. Okay. TLK popping up here. Well, somebody was mentioning DLPN earlier. Yeah, look what happened here. So it gapped all the way up, came all the way back down. CNTB, you are enticing me. Yeah, this is such a terrible exit from GTEC. You just got to be so careful though with the floats, okay? The low floats, it could have collapsed on me. So this is turning into today's LGVN. Of course, today's LGVN could still be LGVN. Here's the one I was mentioning in the pre-market also, GRCL. Yeah, I guess it's... Another one I was mentioning was Tusk, T-U-S-K. This is pretty choppy though, this GRCL. All right, I'm getting somewhat interested in Lucid again. So there's Lucid and RIVN coming back somewhat. Okay. Let's see what happens around 50. What's the high yesterday? Was 49.67. Is it active today? Is today its day? WEJO. Okay, thank you for that. You know what I did? Okay. I had a price alert, but I must have deleted all my price alerts. I wanted to know when they started trading. Now this has the GM connection. This was a SPAC. Yeah, AUR is awesome. I think it was when we were talking about it in the pre-market. Yes. Yeah, autonomous vehicles. You know, it's having a comeback, is Fetch. Guys, Fetch. FTCH having a comeback here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the volume that has come in, and look at the breakout here. So this was down on earnings after hours, but is definitely trying to come back here. Wow, what an active morning already. Look at this. Look at the alert here. 1263, 1343 right now. I mean, my bias has always been to really pay more attention to the daily breakdowns, but now LGVN is a resumption and a pop up from the halt. Got halted at 1303, so 1350 now. Well, that Ouija, I have so much activity. Okay, wow, it got up to 16 this morning, really? No, that 925. So it was active in the pre-market. Well, for you Sava fans, look at Sava. It's going to be another wild day for Sava, over $50. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get these stocks that move up and down, up and down. I like to see them settle down just a little bit. Well, you might be happy there are no shorts. I don't know where this is going, but I mean, we're at an all-time high now. Oh, man. Well, guys, I can't tell you to take these trades, but especially something like this, but sometimes it's a bit of a gut feel, you know? And there's nothing stopping it. I mean, it's an all-time high. I'm not saying it's going to go up forever, but oh, man. You've got to be nimble. You've got to be nimble on these. You know, look at again that float. It's fabulous when it's working for you, when you're in it and it's moving like crazy. Not so good when it moves against you. And we have another halt. Now we have the halt on the way down for GTech. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm sticking an alert way up here at $10 for later on in the day if it takes it out, okay? If it takes it out, and yes, and you're right, LGVN got halted on the way down. Wow. Pet V, guys, another one that is popped up, a little bit of a pullback. Pet V. Look at Sava, guys. Wow. What was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 51.42, so it's almost there. The high the day before that was 53.96, so trying to approach those levels. I haven't even, I actually took SEV off. When I say off my thumbnail charts. Okay, sort of an interesting one from the AI. Let's take a look, left 27.33. Okay, I would not touch it unless it took that out. Ooh, did you say you were shorting Fetch, Zach? Ooh. I'm just looking at that pop. This is a big, well, good luck. Obviously, good luck. Okay, PNNT. This is SPAC? Nope. All right, we've got Arval in active here. ARVL. Okay. EV play, Arval, EV play. What did it do yesterday? So it's had a miserable 2 days. The high of yesterday was 1086, so it's got some room to that high. How's the OR doing? AUR. Wow, 1263. I mean, it was whippy, but man, now let's see if it bases a little bit here and just starts to keep moving. AUR. That's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. $500 million in the float. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, if it keeps basing here, and let's see, LGVN just opened, and is that There's not a huge collapse. Not a huge collapse. It 1244. Sorry, it was halted at 1245, and it's 1237. So not like a massive collapse yet. Yet. All right, guys, our Riven and Lucid on the move here. So, Dwayne, you contacted, you were actually chatting with Ivy yesterday. Like, what did they actually say? They're aware of it, and they're going to obviously try to fix it. Or they didn't say something like, well, no, we're not we're not going to be able to give that information to Canada anymore. They didn't say that, did they? Foot Locker, let's take a look at Foot Locker. Earnings play, didn't really see it. Okay, thank you. But it wasn't that, well, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to give that information to Canada anymore. It wasn't that. Okay. All right, guys, keep an eye on the AUR. AUR. See if it has this move, all-time high. Nothing. There we go. Nothing stopping it really. All right, Lucid. Or I'm just watching AUR right here, seeing how if it can hold 13. Just sort of base a little bit at 13 and see if it pops from there. All right, VNet was grunting at me. I've got the pig sound for my daily breakdowns. VNet, wow, not quite an all-time low, only 20% above the all-time low. So when we look left, what do we see? Low, the next low looking left is 934 on the monthly chart. And on the weekly chart, yeah, so this has got some promise for a short. 934 is the next low looking left on the monthly. Don't lose sight of that AUR, guys. If it boom, And I mean boom, guys. Understand, I can't tell anybody to take a trade. I'm just pointing out opportunities, okay? If it makes your trading plan. Look at Riven, okay, guys? You Riven players, this is definitely coming back today, as well as Lucid. There's Riven. Got beaten up badly over the last 2 days. 3 days ago, this was as high as 180. Got all the way down yesterday to 118, it looks like. And it's having a bit of a bounce today. Oh, gosh. Sometimes, I shake my head. Nothing is easy about trading, but sometimes, you just get the right focus on the right stock, and these are the sort of things that can happen. Oh, I'm sure it'll become a fade at some point. Not shortable for us, Mr. Real. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't know they had shorts at the beginning. Okay, Lucid, do your thing. Get over 50 for me. It's getting back to where I started my major swing. Real, I know you're talking about Foot Locker. Just too much, so much going on. Yeah, Foot Locker, and you're right. I mean, look left. I mean, it's still got room down to 47.87. That's the next low looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing it out. There's your next low looking left. So nothing on the chart is going to block it. Other reasons, 50, 50 might block it, a bit of a psychological number, but look at AUR. Oh, you should be glad no shorts available. A pox on you, Zach. Oh, man. There was a key right there, that 1330, sorry, 1330. That was, for me anyway, that was the key level right here, 1330. Well, as I say all the time, as Real reprimanded me, you've got to manage your trades, right? I used to say you got to trade them, but you've got to manage your trades. That's an impressive move for Sava. No, not quite as whippy as yesterday. This has been straight up. Yesterday we had all sorts of whip up and down, up and down, up and down. Keep an eye on the G-Tech guys. I mean, there's a massive, well, not massive, but there's a big bottoming tail on the G-Tech right here in the 5-minute chart. Got all the way down to 772. I mean, I just think, of course, it's going to be active all day. Let's stick an alert up here, 928 or so. See if it takes that. See if it takes that high of that daily top of that 15-minute candle, topping tail right up here. If it takes that out. There's your magic 50 for Lucid for a while anyway. Well, actually, no, Rob. What time did you show up here? Did you just show up? Okay, well, if you were here at 9 a.m., I posted it here. It was in my gap ups, okay? Pre-market actives. It was one of the ones that was active in the pre-market from my from the scans that I use. So I was already aware of it. So I had already thumbnailed it. Nothing is happening in my option scanner yet. You know what I lost sight of? Was the CNTB. Oh, well, can't get them all. CNTB now on the way down. So again, I reiterate, get the question a lot, and this is not just directed to you, Rob, okay? How did you find this one? Like, what scan, how did you find this one? Now listen, did I know AUR was going to do what it's doing? Of course not. But I was aware of major movement in the pre-market. How? If you click on my home page, and by the way, you want to take part in all this, here's a great promo code for you, BLACK25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, I'm going to go into this in a lot more detail in about 20 minutes. But right here are my scans, okay? People ask all the time, how'd you find this? How'd you see this? Gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. I mean, you really only need this one. This just gives me an audible alert. But these are the four that I use in the pre-market. That's where I see all the movers, okay? We do have a pre-market channel. It may not get them all, okay? It's that simple because of the filters they're using. I guarantee that they're getting them all here. So you can have those. Anybody who wants them. Well, go. Lucid, my goodness. Well, what do you think, John? Just took a little bit to start. It was more looking at, here's my thumbnail charts that I've got. Okay, so certainly the Riven and the Lucid side by side. That got me really interested. And you can see the Aurora. That's what I was saying. When I saw this in the pre-market, I thought, okay, I mean, it's an all-time high, basically. What could it do? It had some news. Autonomous vehicles. So kind of figured, okay, it's going to be active. Now, of course, I don't have enough of the Lucid. I don't know, John. I don't know. If it gives up 50 again, I'm not sure what I'll do. All right. Right on schedule. G-Tech just took out that high here. Right on schedule. It got away from me a little bit, though. I'm not, yeah, sugar. Sugar. Couldn't get it. If I'd had a little more conviction, I would have put a conditional buy order, at that price. But, you got to be careful with that float. It could have popped there and then popped right back down. So I wanted to see how it traded right there. But, I mean, it traded and it popped right through it. And it is halted, yes. I mean, is there any doubt this is going to go over 10? Oh my goodness, what a day. You guys were short AUR. I hope you covered. Yeah, I just didn't take enough of it, John. I didn't take enough. Look at this, 16 now, guys. Yeah, so I mean, by not taking that much, I can kind of hold on, I suppose. Yeah, humble Canadian no more. I mean, I only screamed at you guys. Watch AUR. Watch this break around that 1330 mark. Okay. I mean, all these guys who charge for trading rooms and this is free. What do you want? Okay. Yeah, I know, real. I just, I just can't do it. I can't do it. I didn't even notice this, guys. I didn't even notice that it showed up on my option scanner also at 1509. I didn't even see it. I mean, look at this. Even if you missed it, even if you thought, okay, I heard Barry talking about it at 1330, I guess I missed it. Look at this, on the option scanner at 1509, it gets up to what, almost 17? Yeah, listen, my style of trading is my style of trading. Obviously, I mean that's an obvious statement, Joe. This is not. I'm just not a great pullback trader. It's that simple. By the time I wait for something my problem with pullbacks, and depending how far it pulls back, is that I'm always then wondering, well, is it going to get through the high of today? But it's just my style. I certainly would not tell people that you got to trade like I do in terms of only looking at stocks that are making new highs or new lows for the day. But it works for me. And there's GTech, which I'm not in, unfortunately. It raced right through my price alert. But I do recall myself saying, would it surprise anybody if it got over 10 today? I see you in there, Chris. Haven't even looked at the markets. For the stuff that we do, look at the market. I mean, the so-called value plays, the Dow is down quite a lot. There is a disconnect going today. NAS is up. The growth stock's up. Value down. SPY is basically flat. I mentioned Arvel a little while ago. I did not. I couldn't take this one. Just too much going on with the other ones. And every now and then, I have to put up my wife's company. It's just. I should have told you guys to buy this down here. I mean, wow. Well, I couldn't tell you to do anything, of course, but. Exactly, Becca. I mean, yeah, and I'm not a gambler though. I mean, some of you might think, well, you're just reckless about, taking these. Believe me, I'm very conservative. Wow, 10:10 already, okay? Yeah, G-Tech, no shorts. Yeah, there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I haven't even looked at the AI today. So what is the AI doing? Not too much. Nothing is really Is he really shaking? Not yet, anyway. It's early. Ah. Well, Chris, you know I talked about CNTB. You know that in when I was talking to you before I opened the room. Look at it now. I did short it in the pre-market. Got what I thought was pretty good out of it. 791 down to 725. 615 now. Wow. Okay, John. John R. As you're being my investment advisor for LCID, what should I do? Thank you. Seriously, what I'm thinking of doing, if it pulls back, just a little over 50, I may add back. I may add, not back, but by the way, I'm just pulling John's leg. I'm just pulling John's leg, okay? I just want to get a little LOL out of him. Neuralink my brain. Okay, LGVN, another resumption here. What are you going to do? Are you going to hang at 10 and then pop, or is that it for you finally? Oh my goodness, look at CNTB. So, who usually takes these trades? Craig, did you take it? Did you take it? Good for you. This has been like a marvelous, I hate to call it strategy, but an idea, okay? Just a marvelous idea over the last, I don't know, 3 weeks or so. Stocks that are making lifetime lows on news. Sometimes it's been earnings. In this particular case, this is a drug company. Obviously, because I can't click on it. Let me just see if the IB has it, or not IB, but you see, we don't even have that news. But if I could click on my IB news headline, I would see exactly. It says it's sinking on eczema. Anyway, and look at it. I mean, it's 34% now below the all-time low, because it's looking left. All right. I mean, we've just been focusing on these, and they have been golden, 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 golden. And VNet, yeah, let's take a look at VNet. VNet here at 1260. Yeah, I mean, getting down to what, 1172 before it popped back up. It's not an all-time low, but similarly, they don't have to be all-time lows. But when you look left to see where it could go, take a look. Just take look left on a daily, weekly, and a monthly, and check out where the next low is. If it's far enough away, it could. All we're looking for is where the next low is, because that's where it could stall it. If it's far enough away, obviously it still has room to move down. Doesn't mean it's going to, get all the way down there, but just put the odds in your favor. And I don't know what happened to Viacom. I mean, this is another one. I mean, I'd be watching this, 33.62. What did it get down to? So it didn't really move down too much from there, but if you look left on the monthly chart, what do I see here? 28.36, is that right? Or is there something there? Yeah, so I think the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 28.36, certainly far enough away from 33.82. Probably it's going to be about the same on the weekly chart. So, I mean, this has got room too if it wants to keep moving down. It's a big float. I think it's going to, well, trying for it, and it's got it, LCID. My wife is going to retire without me. Yeah, probably. The old employee stock share plan, man. All right, guys, it's not quite 10:20, but I think I'll go into my spiel, the TI spiel. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. when the market's open. Okay, obviously next week, Thursday, the market's closed, and we've got a half a day on Friday. And for those of you outside of North America, U.S. Thanksgiving. And we have a great promo on right now. Let me just get this into the YouTube room. Just give me one moment as I get everything. There we go. Okay. So I've posted my homepage link. The tab is available all day long. And there's the link, okay? If you click on my tab, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So there's the promo code, BLACK25. It'll get you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And that should be good until Sunday, the 28th. Okay, I'm going to say 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So there is some time. So let's take a look at what Trade Ideas will cost you. We have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. $22.68 for the premium service, minus that 25%. Standard is $10.68, minus the 25%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. But listen, you don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, if you don't know this program, do not start off with an annual plan. We don't have the greatest, well, I shouldn't say it like that, but our refund policy is what it is. So do not start off with an annual plan. You can always start off with a monthly plan to see if you like us. You can start off with a standard or a premium. You'll get the 25% off for the first month only. But if within 30 days you say, you know what, I love this program and I want to upgrade to an annual, we will honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush. Don't worry. Well, yeah, but I want to get the 25% off the annual. Don't worry. You can try us out. And as long as you do it within 30 days, upgrade, we'll honor the 25%. Okay, now going forward, if you want to continue on our monthly plan, that's fine, but this is what you'll pay going forward. The 25% off only applies to the first month. So on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I've got a bunch to pick from today. Noon Eastern. And all of the education is here. Primarily about trade ideas, but I'll scroll down to the bottom and I'll show you something else. So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. If you click on that. Nicely segmented here. Okay. Also a searchable trade table of contents. You can search. So it's a very comprehensive user guide. But if I were you, if I'm just starting out with trade ideas, the first thing I would do would be take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over all of the basic features, okay? What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, that's what I would do first. At the same time as I monitor what I call the main trading room, I'm also moderating the YouTube room. Basically the same. They can hear me, see my screen. Just not as active with traders. But I do take a break at noon. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube link into the room if you want to head over there. Daily webinars. So next week we are on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. So there'll be webinars next Monday and Wednesday. The following week it's Tuesday, Thursday. So we're on this rotation, but you can sign up for them all right here. And this is what I was talking about. It's not all just about trade ideas. We have Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together this great little video series. If you're new to trading or need a refresher, you can take a look at this, okay? So it literally starts off with what is a stock, okay? So a lot of information, including my scan section. So obviously this section, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. I have a sample layout for your viewing pleasure. I have 3 scans that I love. I have more here because, you know, different trading styles, but the moving higher with unusually strong options, and also the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. I really focus on these 3, but I have, and of course, as I say all the time, in the pre-market, this is what I look at. The gap up shared, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are the 4 that kind of give me the ideas of things that might be moving once the market opens. Or once 9:30 happens. The market's already open. I mean, we got to get rid of this pre-market notion. There's so much activity in the pre-market. But anyway, you know what I mean. So, there is a lot of information here. These 2 links or sections, a lot of information here. Save my link. Then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Sizing my monitor here. I'm sort of retired. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I love what I do, but this is the hardest I've worked in my entire life. I'm serious. But I love what I do, yes. No, all times, when I refer to times, it's all Eastern time, okay? All Eastern time. And yes, Chris, from 3:30 to 4:30, you can't, because I shut the room down at 3, all right? But Chris, in our YouTube room, takes over at 3:30 or resumes the YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30 if you just can't get enough. You want more trading and talking about trade ideas, okay? Oh my goodness. So what is Trade Ideas other than the most unbelievable scanner in the world? Dan, are you listening? Dan's our CEO. You know, I'm not that promotional, but I mean, we are. That's all I'm going to say. We are. So what are we though? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. If you want to build your own scans, this is how you would start. I'm going to right click on this particular scan here, the 10-day daily breakout. I'm going to click on configure. And why I phrase it like that, if you want to build your own scans, if you're starting out, you're going to say, well, first of all, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and in a moment, I'm going to show you our channels, our themed channels, where we have created a lot of scans. So you wouldn't even have to know how to build your own scan to start. And in fact, if you never want to, that's fine. But if you do want to, you always start off with filters. Okay, these are, when you see these icons, these are the filters. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. 500,000 shares. These numbers, I'm just showing you the concept. If you want to build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. And if these filter requirements, criteria are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. Okay? That's why we see these stocks here. I cannot believe CNTB. I can't believe I'm not in it anymore. Because if you had no filters and you were just looking for stocks making new highs for the day, hopefully you can understand. You'd be inundated with alerts all day long. So that's why you always start off with some filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Okay? So if you're going to build your own scans, here's the other good news. You do not have to learn a programming language. If you right-click on an alert window, and I click on search, here are all of the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. And when it turns to these icons here are the filters. So please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all right? What we've done is we think we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our thousands of customers out there with all the different types of trading styles, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you, of course, don't have to learn them all. And I'm always using my analogy with Microsoft, say Word, and you look at the manual and you know how many thousand pages, whatever it is, you look at it, of course you don't have to learn everything in it. You know, you kind of pick and choose what you need. Same with trade ideas. You know, you don't have to learn them all. Hopefully we have an alert and a filter that you want, and you just combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? Because that's something we see all the time. Your program looks too complicated for me. And I think it's because people are looking at all the alerts and filters that we have and thinking, how can I possibly learn them all? You don't. Now, the other thing, if you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? So, for instance, if I go to the Momentum channel, here is the Momentum channel. So there's an alert window. This is a creation. All you have to do is click on right-click, Configure, Summary, and you'll see what it's looking for. Now, a word about that. And also with my scans that I'm sharing. If you didn't like this price range, for instance, you know, you look at the price range 1 and 50, you say, I don't like that. I'd rather it be 10 and 100. No problem. You just make the change right there. If I click on Summary, you'll see how it's changed. Maybe you want, more volume, to begin with. Maybe you want it, as you get used to using trade ideas, you may add a filter that you like, or take one of these out, or adjust the filter values. But at this point, you may not have to do or want to do anything. You may just like this the way it is. Okay, and what you can do then is save this to the cloud, save this alert window to the cloud, and I'll show you why I'm saying that. Now, just another word though, notice I made a change here. If I leave this channel and come back, that change is not saved. Okay, that change here between 10 and 100 that I made a change, it is not saved. Why? Because the channels are for everybody. Okay, so the fact that you want to make a change here is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, so that's why most of the time what happens is people will take a look at a scan they like, and then they can make a change if they want, and then save it to the cloud. I'm going to go to the stock surging. Action is heating up. You might like this one. You save it to the cloud. So hopefully understanding what I'm talking about is you go to the different channels, check them out, and see if there's anything you might like. You save the scan to the cloud. And if you've done that, then you just file load from cloud, and you'll see if you've saved it. You just click on it, highlight it, load it, highlight another one, load it, thereby creating a layout of your own without actually having to know how to create a scan in the first place. Okay? So we try to make it very, very easy for you. Now let me talk about the AI a little bit. AI is, there's one that might be interesting for me. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do, okay? I would completely uncomplicate it. Click on New, click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And when you do that, never mind these two, this is sort of the docking version, but this is the window that you'll see, okay? So make it easier on yourself. Don't worry about anything else. Just have this window loaded. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. You'll notice the first alert came in at 9:41. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You have a stop. How you manage the trade will be up to you. What I would do is I would incorporate this window, though, as part of your layout. So if you load trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. And as I say, you manage the trades according to perhaps a trading style you have. Not every trade or not every alert is going to necessarily be what you want. Sometimes also, they might take a while to set up. Look at this TLK. I have no idea what it's going to do. It's a long, look, it's basing. Who knows? Maybe later on it pops. I have my doubts because it's what is it, Indonesia? So it's an Indonesian stock. So it trades on another exchange probably. So I don't know how dynamic this is going to be later on. But at this point you can just kind of watch it. You can put an alert, little price alert, pops up on some volume. You might want to take the trade. This is going to be completely up to you. How many women here, Orlando? I don't know. Hopefully you're not referring to me when I keep saying guys. I was told that's okay. We took a vote several years ago. and the women in here said that's fine. Okay, now I want to talk about... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, now I want to talk about this window that you see here. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. Boy, look at fetch, guys. You've got to be out of your short, right? This looks like it's going to go positive. I mean, this is a big reaction to earnings after hours yesterday. But I mentioned this one here, right around here. Looks like it's trying to recover. Wow. Yeah, I don't really look at... I know you asked me a question yesterday about double tops with another one. I don't really pay that much attention. I mean, you're right. I mean, the 15-minute chart, I guess you could call that a double chart. What I look at more are the topping tails, okay? So had there not been... Had the bodies been up there, yeah, you could call that a double top on the 15-minute chart. But more importantly to me are these topping tails. You have to, so what that means is that at one point, the buyers had, on this one right there, that candle right there, the buyers had it up here, and then the sellers knocked it down here. That's where it closed. Buyers tried again, got the price up here, and then the sellers knocked it way down here. At some point, it's always a battle, between the buyers and the sellers all day long. So at some point, the buyers probably said, you know what, you can have it at least for a while. And they've taken over. The sellers have taken over. So, whether I call that a double top or... I don't really label things too much. I mean, even, okay, the 2-minute chart. I mean, but you see what I'm looking at, the 15. I look, right. I didn't have shorts. There were no shorts available, so I could not even partake in this. But and also on a 2 minute chart, to me, if you're starting out, I think 2 minutes is too tight a time frame. If you're just starting out, my opinion only is that I wouldn't look at anything less than a 5 minute chart if you're just starting out. Yeah, what sold me on that, Becca, is that some movie I saw and women sitting around a table in a restaurant yakking, and somebody said, "What are you guys doing this weekend?" I said, "Okay." So anyway, guys, I digress. Brokerage Plus. Just getting my links in. All right, so I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. Now, first of all, this window that we call Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available, okay? And you'll notice when you see, here's the option, or the right up here, Brokerage Plus, and underneath there are two options, live or simulation, okay? So I popped the link to Brokerage Plus. There were 2 videos in that link. The short video shows if you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually trade using this window that we call Brokerage Plus from within Trade Ideas. Obviously you need an IB or an E-Trade account with live data, okay? So the first short video shows you how you go about doing that. The longer video shows you in a lot more detail how you can use this. Yeah, and by the way, I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. That would be for me for everything, not just for double tops or anything like that, okay? I just think that if you're starting out 1-2 minute time frames, I just think they're too whippy. But that's my opinion. If you're just starting out. So again, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature that we have. Okay, that's all it means. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. Okay, but we do happen to have this special relationship with E-Trade and IB and Brokerage Plus. No idea, Coach. No idea when TD Ameritrade is going to be available. No idea. It's an API issue. I have no idea. Not that we don't want it, of course, but it's an API issue and I have no idea. And the other thing too is you have an IB or E-Trade account. Doesn't mean you have to use this, okay? Want to make sure you understand that too. This is a great feature, great option. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use it. Yeah, so when is that going to happen, Chris? Now, I also want to talk about using it as a simulator. I concentrate more on that because if you're new to trading, I cannot emphasize enough, practice before using our simulator, Paper Trader, before you commit money to the market. Oh, I know it's being worked on, but anyway, I'll keep an open mind. So the way I always like to demonstrate the use of the simulator, it's on a pullback, okay? I know a lot of people like to trade pullback, so let's take a look at ARVL as an example, okay? So there's ARVL, and let's say you wanted to take this trade if it pulled back to the bottom of that 5-minute candle. I'm just showing you the mechanics. I'm not saying this is a trade you would take like this. I'm just showing you the mechanics. If that meant your trading plan, that's what I would like to do. So when I clicked on ARVL from another scan I got, or I could have clicked, where is it? Well, another scan I got on my other monitor. The symbol shows up. I'll pick how many shares. Let's go 300 shares. Excuse me. I'm going to put 1042 in both of these boxes, in the price box and the stop box. Click the big buy button, and you'll see a big blue line will appear on the chart. So if ARVL goes down to 1042, it'll take the trade. Okay, that's how you can practice a pullback trade. Now, if you thought, you know what though, I'd rather take the trade. I mean, it might not happen today, but let's just pretend that this high rate there of 1150, if it took out that high rate there, you could have done it the other way too. Okay, it's not. You could have said, I'd rather take it if it broke above the current price. You could have done that also. You just put that price and the price in the stop box, press the buy button, and the blue line would have appeared above the current price. Okay? So that's how you can practice taking a pullback trade. Now let's take a trade. We'll talk just a little bit about money management, everybody's favorite topic. Take a look at, let's take a look at TLK just for fun as it's basing here. Okay. So I'm going to take this trade. I mean, as I said before, I would never take this trade unless it took out 27.33, that high rate there. But again, this is just for information purposes, okay? And talking about placing stops and money management. So I'm going to take 500 shares, and I'll explain why later. I'm going to buy right at the market. The spread, yeah, it's 3 cents. It's not terrible. Okay, so notice it took the trade at 27.19. I'm going to put a stop at 26.99. Why? To make the math easy. And you'll see on the chart, it says almost minus 100. Now, first of all, I should always start off like this. The way I trade is I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. And it might sound contrary, or contrarian, but I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. Now, most of the time, in the scans that I've got, I know the price range is going to be fine for me. I know the minimum volume is going to be fine for me. I know the relative volume is going to be fine to me. I don't have to check off those, okay? Because in the scans that I have, I've already sort of checked off some of the things that I must have. So when I get an alert though, I'm doing a couple other things. I'm looking left quickly to see what sort of room it's got, what kind of pattern it's coming from, okay? And so I'm sizing up this, relatively quickly. I've been trading for a while, so I can kind of do that. And so unless I can, check that last sort of box, I'm not going to take the trade. So you should, my opinion anyway, you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. And unless all the reasons are satisfied, then don't take the trade. So let's just say you do take a trade. And it looks awesome. It had earnings or it had great news. The room is talking about it. Everything looks fantastic. It was a great pattern. There's lots of room when you look left or when you look left on the higher time frames if you're a momentum trader like me. And then, whoops, it's not working. It's starting to move down. Well, first of all, I should talk a little bit about the stop. So how I trade is there's always going to be a price where I get out of the trade if I don't feel it's working, okay? That's what we call a stop. There's always going to be a price. And, if it's not working, I get stopped out and I just move on. And guess what? Later on, maybe I could think to myself, well, you know what? Maybe it's going to set up later on again, a similar setup. Maybe I was just a little bit early. I can always get back in. But I always have a price that I'm getting out of the trade. So if you agree with me on that, then okay, I get that idea. That is why you have to practice, because the ability to know where to place a stop, is obviously pretty crucial. Now, how I place a stop is I kind of size up a chart, and I, no less than a 5-minute chart, and I look to see where I think there's a lot of support, a lot of action at a certain price, so that if it went down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Some might say, okay, I want to get out if it the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, or maybe to a moving average. How you are going to place your stop will be up to you. There's no right or wrong. Okay, but that's why you've got to practice. You've got to get comfortable with the idea of knowing where to place a stop. So again, let's say everything works out. You're feeling comfortable with placing stops, and guess what? It still doesn't work. Well, this is now I'm talking about when you are now live trading. Notice here it says minus 97.50. I mean, it's approximately minus 100, okay? When you start off trading, if you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Hopefully that makes sense. What I demonstrate in the simulator all the time is I'm risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. Why? Notice my entry was 27.19. My stop is 26.99. That's a 20-cent difference. I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm risking on the trade. I get 500 shares. Conversely, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay? So 2 concepts, important concepts. Knowing where to place a stop, and then that will share size you. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. I try to keep I'm very consistent about how much I want to risk every trade, and it's about the same every single trade. So that means, I'm always share sizing based on the difference between my entry and my stop. And then I'm doing some quick math, dividing into how much I'm willing to risk, and that will share size me. Now, the ability to obey your stop is very critical. When you get into trading, and this is, I sort of jumped the gun a little bit. So you get into that trade, everything looks fantastic. Great earnings or great news, the setup looked good, lots of room looking left. It still doesn't work. Even the best setups sometimes don't work. That's where the challenge comes in when you start trading, to obey your stop, because all of a sudden you start second guessing, because that little devil on your left-hand shoulder is saying, forget your stop. It's too good a setup. It's going to come back. So you disobey it. The angel on the right-hand side is saying, no, obey your stop. But the devil's winning. And so instead of allowing yourself to be taken out for a manageable $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell. And you turn left to your shoulder, left-hand shoulder. Obviously, that would be your left-hand shoulder turning left. Devil's no longer there. He's long gone. So, I'm trying to be a little bit funny here, but it's true, The inner demons are at work, not wanting to obey your stop. Now listen, one of the worst things that can happen is a trade like me and not still be in the CNTB short. But seriously, one of the worst things that can happen is that you disobey your stop, and now you're down 150, now you're down 200, and then it pops. And now you're making $100 or $200 and $300, and you say, "Great! I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can happen. I'm just telling you though, money management is so critical if you want to maintain, number one, your sanity, and also want to maintain this. If you're serious about trying to treat this like a business, it's so critical in money management. And that's it, guys. That's the end of my spiel. Yeah, so I don't give advice like that. I have a question. Is SWN worth buying today? I'm not a financial advisor, okay? So I cannot make any recommendations like that. All I see right now is something that is pulled back right to the 200-day moving average. I suppose if it holds and bounces off it, maybe. But right now there'd be nothing that would get me into this one. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at anything. Let's take a look at DOGZ. Yeah, it does look, let's see, look left. What do we see? Looking left on the monthly chart, 585, 495. So on the daily, on the monthly chart, certainly there is some room. It's a low float, China stock, low float. So we know it's going to be active. Trading 4 times normal right now. So yeah, and it's, over that, what I call the magic, one of those magic numbers, 5. So yeah, certainly watch it. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. No, I had no chance to check on BKKT, Sam. I have had so much activity for me this morning and in the pre-market, so much going on. Gazing at that CNTB. All right, guys, the dog Z, dog Z, being bilingual in the room, on the move here. The only reason that you guys say Z is because it rhymes with the other ones when you're doing your alphabet song. And you guys are easily confused. But we of British heritage will always say Z. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, John, I have to tell you, I'm gone. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Not ready to commit to it yet. So that's where you get your Brit wit from. Okay. Who knew? All right, guys, let's see. I'm checking to see anything else as. So, William, you said you thought that you were looking at $6 for CNTB because when you said you looked at the press release and you didn't think it was that bad. Well, not the press release, but the data that came out, it wasn't that bad. And so, am I correct? Nice to have you, Becca. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the GTEC. Keep an eye on the GTEC, guys. Why? Look what it's doing. Especially on a 15-minute chart. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's not quite a. It's almost a red bar ignored. Okay. And we got a little, so you can kind of see if it takes out 10. I'm going to put an alert around 10:16. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm going to do. If I do it, I'm just waiting to see we get that pop. The volume is still good. I mean, the volume is not really dwindled that much. Oh, it could. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why, you know me, PJ, I'm not touching it unless it does this. I'm not anticipating that it's going to happen, so I'm going to take the trade thinking, oh, yeah, it's got to get through 10. No, 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 no. Even believe it or not, even the LGFN or LGVN is still worth watching. It's just kind of basing at 10. David has another pop. Here's another one going, guys. FNHC, just a pop here for FNHC. Doesn't have that much room. So this is this is obviously a SPAC. Yeah, Zingu or Zingu. It's either Zingu or Zingu. Just opened. This is a SPAC. Well, Real might have been right on the dog Z. It's kind of doing nothing right now. I'm just watching it basing here. Put an alert right up here. I'm not looking for much. Okay, well, maybe. Maybe. Let's get a little run in this thing. Again, it's from my option scanner, so I got a lot of faith in my option scanner. It has, yeah, extraordinary, extraordinary volume for it. Okay, I mean it's 7,200 contracts, but that's like 68 times normal. So the absolute, the absolute number of contracts, no, nothing incredible, but it's all about the relative to what? Well, 6,800 more than the average over the last 10 days. I see no news for FNHC. There's certainly not going to be anything here. And even in my IB, I can still see my IB headlines. I just can't, there's just no, maybe it'll, no, still no data to display. Boy, that's really crazy. And it got halted, yes. It did get halted. What's the float like? 14 million, so it's a low float. Okay, one moment, please. Now, here's another word about my stops, okay? How I trade anyway is the stop that I've got on any position, that's the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay, that's the absolute worst I want to do, in terms of risking a dollar amount. I can always get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Okay? So, you get into something and you have a stop and then you watch it. And I don't mean getting out because it's only up a penny or even down a penny. I don't get out of boredom. But if it starts trading, happened to me again. Look at that. Popped right through my, if I had a little more confidence in this, that it wouldn't just drop immediately, I would have put a conditional buy order at that 10-20 mark. But look what's happened. It just, that's why I didn't do it. Because it is so whippy. I'm talking about the G-Tech. Well, let's see if it gets over 1030 again and kind of settles just a bit. But anyway, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in a trade. Ugh. Good grief. That's why I didn't put a conditional buy order. Hope you can see this. Yes, came out of the halt, and it is, let's see, 239, 240, nothing dramatic yet. Got halted at 235, and it was a 5-minute halt. If you're not familiar with the halts, typically a volatility halt is a 5-minute halt. Volatility meaning they stop it because it went up too fast well, acceleration. Okay, we'll just call it acceleration. So too fast, too short a period of time. They put a little breather on it, a pause on it. Usually it's 5 minutes. You can see it was exactly 5 minutes. 11:01 plus 50 seconds, 11:06 plus 50 seconds. Sometimes, if it's not 5 minutes, it's usually then a multiple of 5. Yeah, so it just opened. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know any. I don't know them at all. Drago. You're in a trade. I work for Trade Ideas, so obviously I'm somewhat biased. So my stop is always based on you. Well, not. I would say 99% of the time is visual. I'm looking at where I think there's a support area. Yeah, it is chart based, definitely. It's not percent. So in other words, it's not based on. Like, I don't have a fixed percent. Well, I'm going to risk. Yeah, it's all chart based. That's why I'm always varying the number of shares I take. All right. Ooh, boy, what did this one do on the pop? Okay. AEVA, guys, this just showed up in the option scanner. Just showed up, 11:05, about 4 minutes ago. The price was 909. Keep an eye on it. It popped up to 925. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, all the volume of the day is basically right here. So there's something that people are excited about. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert. Is this a SPAC? No, it's another autonomous vehicle. So kind of like the AUR, that sector. I'm going to stick an alert up here, see if it takes it out again. Apple CarPlay, is that what it is for AEVA? Okay, so this looks like there's a lot of resistance, and not that far away for the FNHC, unless there's some incredible news about it. No, I don't use the red bar ignores. You're talking about this. You have a premium service. Yeah, I don't use them. We can't put enough filters. Just the concept, though, of a red bar ignored. Let me see if I can find one. Okay, this is almost. It might, in fact, be. Yeah, I mean it's almost fits it. Okay, so this is the theory. You've got an uptrend. So I'm looking at SCYX on a 15-minute chart. You've got an uptrend. Okay, then you've got a red bar. Now, in theory, for it to be a true red bar ignored, that red bar has to be completely engulfed by the previous green candle. It's not quite. The high here is 720 and the high here is 720 also, okay? But for purposes of, this demonstration, we'll say that it was. Now, For it to be a true red bar ignored pattern, this next green candle should have been this one, okay? It should be above, the price should get above that red candle and keep moving. So the theory is this: you've got an uptrend, you've got a pause on the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues, okay? So it can lead to a potential buy opportunity. It doesn't matter the time frame. It doesn't matter whether you're talking 2 or 5 or 15. You get a little more confirmation, of course, on the higher time frames. And then the other one is the red bar ignored. It's just the reverse. Stock's moving down, a pause with a green bar, and then the stock keeps moving down. Yeah, RBI infers strength, yes. See if I could find one here on the green bar. I can't really. Yeah, see, this could have been one, if you look at a 5-minute chart, here's your downtrend. But the problem is that the next candle was green. So no, had that next candle been red, that would have been a classic a green bar ignored and the continuation down. But the next candle was green, so no go. Now later on, of course, it turned into a great short. Yeah, they're called by different names, continuation plays. 3-bar plays, there you go. What a short, what a short, what a short. So, what is my video going to be today on? Nothing shaking in the AI, so I don't have to do anything on the AI. AI very quiet today. LAVU, no. Well, guys, here goes the FNHC. Here it goes. Now, this will be really interesting. I mean, if it can somehow power through this. Did somebody say they had news on this one? Any sort of news? But you can see right here, I mean, this might be really tough to get through. Yeah, so I don't brand things like that, user. Something's coming down. I'm being asked if it's coming down from a LGVN, coming down from a short squeeze. I don't know. I mean, look. 2 days ago, this was a $3 stock. Okay, 3 days ago. 2 days ago, sorry, 2 days ago. It got up to 15. Profit taking. Whether you want to brand it as a short squeeze down. Typically short squeezes though are stocks moving up. So I don't brand it like that at all. Just profit taking. Yeah, it's a low float, 14 mil, not crazy low, but again, look where it's stalled. Almost got up to that stall area, 275. Right up here. Just look left. I'm not saying later on it could not necessarily is it going to stall here forever, but the first attempt to get through here was met with a lot of resistance, and this was shortable for me. Okay, what is the market doing? So the market is still down. SPY's up just a little. Dow is still down. NAS is still up. So again, little disconnect right now. Okay, you too. Have a great weekend. Zero advice, Yanni. Sorry. I'm not an investment advisor, okay? And the only thing I can say is, and I can tell this is going to be some kind of a crazy, super. I don't trade this stuff, so this is under a penny. Yeah, I don't, or 2 cents or whatever. Yeah, sorry, I don't trade this stuff. But welcome to the room. But typically in this room, we, it's not because we ban people from talking about this stuff, but there's just not a lot of interest in this room about trading this sort of stuff. I mean, obviously, at one point it got up to 50 cents almost. I mean, that'd be awesome if it could do it again, but I have no insight whatsoever. Well, the room could be for this if there was enough interest, Tom. Okay, I'm just saying that in the 5 years now that I've been running the room this way, very few people come in and talk and want to talk about these sort of stocks. That's all. Well, the room is for exchanging ideas. I'm throwing out ideas. You're in a trade ideas room. I don't. I do. Are you a subscriber? So, Tom, are you a trade idea subscriber? You're not. Okay. Well, I mean, you're in a trade ideas trading room, so I mean, what you're seeing here are scans that I've created that are giving me, interesting ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. And, we toss them around. We've got a lot of great traders in the room. But it's not a room in which I tell you what to buy or sell. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the Dog Z for a little loss. I'm going to watch it a little bit later. Looks like Real was right. I was only looking for about maybe 15 cents on it. But if you are interested, what sort of a trader are you? Are you brand new to trading, or are you? What's your trading experience, Tom? Newbie? Okay. To get you started, and all for free, so I put my link here, all right? If you click on my link and you go to the scan section, you click here. Oops, wrong. Sorry. You go to the education section right here. And if you scroll all the way down, not quite all the way down, right here, back to basics, this might be a nice little video series for you to watch, okay? It literally starts off with what is a stock. So it might be a good starting point for you, and it's free. And if you get a little, so you get some basis behind what trading's all about. And then afterwards, if you want to take out a subscription for a month to test this out, I'll be able to offer you a promo code to do that. But I would start here before you did anything else. No point taking out a subscription if you've never traded before, in my opinion anyway. I mean, you can. I mean, I can't block you from taking out a subscription. And we do have a nice promo code for 25% off. But, you know, and it runs till the end of the month almost. So, I mean, if you took a look at those videos and you got a little bit accustomed to, you know, what trading is all about, and you wanted to take a shot for a month, you know, again, if you click on my link again, you'll see right there, Black 25, 25% off. You click on Get Trade Ideas. Click on the monthly, it's a toggle. And you can start off with a standard monthly, be 25% off. And if you didn't like it, you know, if you felt, I'm still too overwhelmed, that's okay. You just unsubscribe. But you've got time because that promo will be, I think, until the 28th. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:24. So in about 25 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Okay, go for it. You've already purchased the monthly. Where can I get the trade ideas? Okay. Okay, well, did you take the premium service or standard service? Or do you know? Okay. So okay, first of all, I'm sharing a lot of scans, all right? Those are ideas. But if you're talking about something like this, you need our premium service. Now, this does not mean, you know, you just pile into a trade, but this is what we call our AI, and where you just wait for an alert to happen, you have a stop, and how you trade it will be up to you, okay? What you see here are scans that I have put together. These are ideas that I like to see. So these are my ideas, if you will. We also have a channel bar. If you click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, if you click on, these are all theme-based channels. Again, here's momentum channel as an example. These are, you'll get ideas here. This program is not called, I get an alert, I take the trade immediately. That's why it's called ideas. You have to have some trading background, you know, to say, okay, I get an alert. I wonder what I should do with it based on what I'm seeing on a chart, as an example. We've got a crypto channel. We've got an earnings channel. You know, so there's a lot of different theme-based channels that you can kind of go through at the beginning. Also, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I would really encourage you. Yeah, you can custom setup, absolutely. So if you want to create your own scan, you know, I always demonstrate all this because, you know, a lot of people, especially when they're starting out, especially if you're new to trading, you know, we create a lot of scans for you. But for sure, you want to create your own scan. If I right click on an alert window and I click on search or configure and then search, here are all the alerts that we have. Okay, and then when it comes to these icons, these are all the filters. So, you know, I usually do this, I do this spiel about an hour ago, but we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan that you want to look at, you want to see. Okay? But you don't, you know, I always have to preface all this, I should preface, you don't have to learn all these alerts and filters. We've just created enough of them that we think, you know, for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, go for it. The other thing I would do, if you're just started, if you haven't done this already, I would really encourage you to do this. If you click on my homepage link, okay, you click on my, here we go. You click on my homepage link. Okay, so this is what you'll see. Go to the education section, click here. First thing I would do, go to the introductory lessons, okay? It'll give you a little bit of a basis behind what our top lists are, how to create them, alert windows, how to create them. Okay? Just the basic features of Trade Ideas easily explained here. And if you want to get into a little more detail, then we've got this user guide. And all segmented here. And also a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay? I don't know why sometimes it's not showing up, but it is searchable. So that's the first thing I would do. I would go to introductory lessons to begin. Otherwise, you know, I mean, there's Trade Ideas. It's not difficult, but you have to have, you know, have to have some knowledge, just like any other program, about how to use it. And again, if you're new to trading, we've got the simulator, okay? Part of the standard service, we've got the simulator. This is what you see here. These are simulated trades, okay? But you can practice trading using our simulator. And the other thing is, this is only available, though, if you're using our downloadable application as opposed to our web-based version. Yeah, it's very simple to use. You know, you just click on an alert. You have an alert, or you can type the symbol in, of course. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at it, and now you're ready to go. The other thing you can do in the simulator is you can practice swing trading, and a lot of people want to swing trade. So you can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Okay, so you can practice swing trading. I appreciate that, AG. Can I call you Silver? Okay, so I am going to give you, I'm going to give you our homepage link all in, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay, so all in. So I just put my homepage link in here. Hopefully you can see it on my homepage, the Trade Ideas homepage. Click on it, and then you'll see a little. Let's do it. Show you what I mean. See a little pop-up eventually. There we go. Questions and answers. So click on that. Give them the email that you used to sign up. Okay, so they can check your account, and then they'll be able to apply that 25%. Okay. Just make sure you give them the right email, though. They have to be able to find your account. Yeah, I agree, Dak. I mean, look, I've got my relative volume here is 8. My relative volume in my option scanner, I think, is at least 6. You know, there are other filters in that option scanner. Hey, guys, look at SIGA. Remember SIGA yesterday? It had the great march up. Look at that march it had, and it just showed up in the option scanner. There's the next, you know, I mean, I wouldn't take it unless it broke yesterday's high, but that would be an all-time high, so I'm sticking an alert. I mean, I don't know what's going on with SIGA. I mean, what a run it's had. Yeah, it might be, you know, LGVN 2.0. It could be. I think I have my alert set up here around that 1050 mark. I know it sounds, well, why would I give up that much? Don't trust it. You know, I want it to take out these levels if I'm even going to have a sniff at it. I mean, look at all the action here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, definitely 5, and then, you know, right just underneath. So if it takes that area out, it could start to run again. And you got up to 15, I think, in the pre-market. 1477 or so. Well, listen, I mean, you know, we can call it gambling, but what we try to do, just like gambling, if you go to Vegas or any other, you know, we try to put the odds in our favor. So I mean, if you're a card counter or play blackjack or something like that, you know, they're trying to put the odds in your favor a little bit. There's no sure thing. That's all. That's all I try to do. I just try to put the odds in my favor. Everything is a gamble. Every trade is, of course, is a gamble. But it's not, for me, it's not just flipping a coin. Now, do they all work? Of course not. Yeah, trading isn't easy. It is not easy. And I get the question a lot. Well, okay, how long is it going to take me? I have no idea. You know, I have no idea. Some never get it. Well, I only said gamble because when you go to Vegas, you are gambling. But you know, the pros will try to put the odds in their favor. It's still a gamble, but especially left, Zach. Never mind, right? Ah, look at the lucid. Yeah, I might have to reevaluate. I'm out of the trade. I have to reevaluate what I'm going to do once it closes. I mean, that was a big drop, guys. I mean, that was 60, I think, in the pre-market. Gets all the way down. That's about a 30% drop. I wonder if TLK will do anything. You know, again, the problem is not because it's Indonesian, but because it trades probably in another exchange. You can just tell. You know, when you see sort of little gaps all the time on a daily chart. It looks like this. You can almost tell it's a foreign, trades on a foreign exchange also. Yeah, so I've got to be careful, okay? What happens, I'm not a financial advisor. There have been some trading rooms that have been delivered SEC notices and all this, the individuals who run them. So I'm not ever going to say, guys, take this trade at 27.27, okay? All I'm going to do is say things like the early one for the AUR. I mean, if you want to call it wink wink, whatever you want to call it. But I said, guys, I have got an alert set here for AUR at around 13, I think it was 13.20 or 25 or so. I'll be very interested if it breaks that, okay? Something to that extent, okay? I'm not going to say, you should take this trade at 13.30 because I'm going to. The other thing is, I have a bit of a feel about where I'm going to exit. Take partials out. How if you get into the trade, how you're going to manage them. That's why you need some trading experience. So I'm not going to say, okay, guys, you should be out at 15 here and take out a third here and half here and all that. You've got to be able to manage the trades, and that's where the trading experience is going to come in. But it's not just about me. I mean, there are several really, really good traders in this room, okay? And their trading style might be a lot more in tune with your trading style. My trading style is, momentum, momentum, momentum. But that's not everybody's style. I know. Do I have to look at it? Okay, I thought it was going to be like 300. Kathy asked about CLSK. Again, you know what I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say, yes, it's a good short here, okay? All I can say is that for me personally, a stock that gets close to a whole number, it gets kind of interesting. The next high looking left is what, 1880? So, I mean, it has a shot to is that right? Yeah, 1880. So, I mean, in theory, it could stall around 1880. In theory. Yeah, and notice the stop that Zach put on GTech. Okay, ninth in at 1023 with a stop that's a huge stop. So he probably did not take that many shares. With that sort of a stop. Yeah, LGVN, you're right. It is almost also. But, I missed my entry. I missed my entry in the GTech. Maybe. There you go. So DAC trades like myself. The risk is always the same. About the same. I mean, within reason. So he's not risking $100 one trade, $1,000 the next trade, $50 the next trade. It's a number that's about the same every trade. So that means then, like I explained earlier, if you're risking $100 a trade, and then how many shares you take will be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So in Dak's case, right there, he had a huge stop, 35, 23. What's that? 58. 58-cent stop. Let's say it was a 50-cent stop. So if he was going to, I'm saying if he's going to risk $500 on the trade, he would take 1,000 shares. Make the math super simple. And he is. No, I think he probably got rid of some. I did not mention 60. No, I did not mention 60 for Lucid in the pre-market, no. All I knew was that I wanted to get back in it, but unfortunately I have traded out of it. But I am really going to look at it at the end of the day to see what it does. I missed an entry on GTech. All right, guys, it is 11:44. So first of all, I just want to confirm that it is Andy today in our YouTube room. So I'm just going to ping him and see if it's him. Okay, it's Andy. All right, so Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put the link in because I'll be taking my break. Almost taking an hour now. I'm gonna rest the throat, especially on a Friday. Whoops, not yet. Just a second. So Andy is one of the other traders at Trade Ideas, more of a swing trader than I am, okay? So you want to head over there. I mean, he'll answer any question, but if you're more into swing trading, he's probably got ideas like that. So there's the YouTube link. Okay, so as we say, we don't really talk about how many shares we've got, okay, or how much money we make. Yeah, GTech is a NASDAQ stock, yep. The LGVN is getting more interesting, though. LGVN is getting more interesting. The longer it bases over 10, especially if it can take this out up here around 1050, that could get it going. But the longer it bases, and then you know me, bases, and then all of a sudden pops through this on volume. You see a big volume bar popping it through. That that obviously signifies that there's enthusiasm again. I agree. Becca, I agree. It's definitely a male-dominated industry. And we had a halt. Okay, I think this is an IPO, guys. Oh boy. Okay, keep an eye on this one. Snow Lake Resources, LITM. The reason I say that, man, I should have this information. Next week, I'm going to have all my IPOs up and running with all the information. Just give me a moment here. Just got halted. Sure. Just got halted. Let me, yeah, 3.2 million shares at 750. Okay. Now, I don't think there's anybody big behind this. Think Equity. I don't, I've heard of them, but nobody's big behind it. But this is what I'm talking about. Super, super cheap, but it opened at 1150. Only 3.2 million shares. So we could get some crazy action. Now, the only thing is, well, it's lithium, okay? So it's basically an EV play, okay? Basically an EV play. Out of not quite my hometown, but all the Icelanders live in Winnipeg. So keep an eye on that one. I don't typically trade IPOs the first day, but certainly many of us traded SEV earlier in the day or earlier this week. And it produced spectacular results because why? EV play, solar EV. And if this is a lithium play, well, it is part of the EV market. Good to hear, Fernando. So I'm going to watch this LITM. Wow, this is going to see. This is what I'm talking about. This is going to have some kind of an open here. If this holds, 1350, well, you see how it changes now. I mean, it changes. This is the anticipated open. This is from Interactive Brokers. Luckily, that hasn't disappeared for us in Canada. But here is the anticipated. So there's the halt at 1265. And this is the, suggestions where it may open. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll be opening at 46 seconds after 11:53. There it is. And this is one of the scans I'm sharing, the halts resume scan. So there it is, 11:48:56. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll be 11:53 plus 46 seconds. And here is but notice how it changes. There's nothing written in stone on any of this, but it'll fluctuate. All right, guys, notice what happened here. I was showing you how you can place a trade on a pullback earlier, ARVL. It took the trade. What time is it? 52. So we still have almost a little less than 2 minutes. So I just want to show you, this is how you can practice a pullback trade. See what I did? I put a pullback to this level, to that price. If it hit that price, it was going to take the trade. Now, of course, even though it's a pullback trade, ahead of time, I'd always know where I would get out of the trade if it wasn't working for me. Okay, again, this is all in the simulator. So, for instance, if I didn't like it anymore, I could just get out of it. I should have mentioned these. These are hotkeys. So if I want to get out of this trade right now, I highlight it and I can flatten it, or I could get it at half the trade, or I could double my position, or I could just pick how many shares I want right here and sell in the price. But again, this was just a demonstration in how you can take a trade on a pullback, set the price at the pullback you want to get it in at, and that's what happened right here. But I want to get the LITM up and running here. Wow, this is, look at this, 1350. This is going to be this should be a monster open, guys. And there's no advice on how to trade this, okay? I mean, there's no history, of course. This is the first, 2 minutes. Okay, and if this is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay, so this is not a 5-minute halt. This could be a 10-minute halt. Usually they're 5 minutes, but sometimes if it's not 5, then it'll be a multiple of 5. So that would be a 10-minute halt. I'll tell you, I think anybody who got into this one earlier and got halted at 1265, a little upset because this can really fluctuate. I mean, this can start to drop. You know, you'd be looking at a dollar gain right from the halt, if it held. We were talking about LITM, LITM. Only 3.5 million shares offered, and at 750. So you know it could conceivably happen. Now, so look inside my brain, right there. I had that price alert set for LGVN right here. I said, hey, it's getting closer and closer. I did not take the trade because it didn't get to that price alert that I had. Okay, I didn't try to anticipate that it would. Had I done that, I'd obviously would have taken a loss. Yeah, I do see GME. I'm so tired of even having to look at it or whatever. But anyway, AMC popping. Yeah, a little bit. Or GME. Did I see GME? Okay, just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. That'll be on my break. Just want to get, Andy's not there yet. He should be showing up anytime in our YouTube room. So let me just give me a moment. I'm just going to put the announcement in. I had started. Just give me a moment. Oh, should get rid of that. I'm going to have to, just a second. Okay, have to do this again. Becca, you didn't tell me it still had that arrow up there. All right, we came out of the halt for, look at this. I'm so ticked off. I mean, if I'd known, and that's really my bad. You know, I talk about it all the time, at how you can set this up ahead of time when the IPO shows up, how many shares, the price. I would have been in this one. But at this point, I just don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over that when I come back in the afternoon. For those of you who have not heard this before, or maybe just want a refresher to talk about IPOs and what you can do to set them up ahead of time using trade ideas, I will go.
Testing 1, 2. Hello traders, let me know when you can see my screen and hear me. Okay, good. All right, thanks Chris, appreciate it. All right, guys, welcome to the Friday edition of the Support Session, and my name is Andy. And if it is your first time here, maybe you came in Barry's room and you're wondering what happened. Why am I listening to another guy now? It's because we hijack his live stream for about 1 hour, and we open it up to trading support. Not trading support. Well, it could be trading support, but it's our support webinar for our software. So if you have any questions about the software, maybe you're having trouble with the configuration or something like that, we are here to help you. So you're in the right place, guys. It's a great venue for anybody who needs help, because we can demonstrate it for you using the software here. So welcome aboard. And so far, I just got my pal and coworker Chris Varley letting me know that everything's okay. So I'm assuming everything's just fine. Oh, it kicked you, huh? Interesting. Oh boy. Is there anybody out there? Okay, so it looked like people may have got kicked out and had to come back. So okay, so, I guess we were kind of like the relay team who drops the baton in the race. Okay, Wendy's here. Hi, Wendy. Happens to you every time. Okay, well, that would make sense. Let me take a look here, and it looks like we have more than I thought would be watching if everybody got kicked out. So maybe everybody didn't get kicked out. Yeah, Chris, you're right. He says we lose about half the viewers, so I'm not sure what's happening here. Okay, good. Good. Nice to know, Denon. All right, you weren't kicked out. You're watching. All right, guys. Well, it is a Friday, and it's kind of slow out there. A few things moving. No, you should. Well, are you looking to connect to like auto trade, or are you looking to connect just to external link to it? So when you change symbols in the software, it will change your linked windows in E-Trade. It's actually it's working for both. We have a couple of traders here. Chris is in here, and I think he's trading on E-Trade using our software. So, Wendy, have you seen the connection video? How to connect to E-Trade? Go BBK. I bought this BKKT this morning at 18.90, and like what I'm seeing. Okay, Chris is still on IB. He's moving over soon, but I think you've been experimenting with it a little bit. I know Jamie has, and Jamie says everything's working fine except there's something about E-Trade in the first, and it's not us. It's totally the E-Trade, probably the API or something like that. The first, say 15 minutes of the day, I think there can be a log jam with their data or something like that. So it's not great for those early minutes of trading, which I don't really recommend. Yeah, Steve, he's saying, hey. Oh, yeah, Mike C. Yeah, that was a good one. I kind of been watching it because it had like 14 bars in a row without a reversal, so I kind of had it on the watch list. You can see my alert was up here, but I just happened to pull it up and see this volume coming in, so I bought a little bit at 18.90. We'll see. I'd like for it to have a date up here, maybe not today, but at least get up here to this 22, mid-22s. Yeah, Chris says it right there. Their API is a little bit overwhelmed, I think. But after the first 15 minutes, everybody is reporting that it works. It works perfectly after that, and there's free trades, no commissions. So we're really going to be pushing that. Can't beat free. I know IB still charges a little for if you're connected through their API. Looks like this G-Tech, if anybody's in it, it was me and the other guys were looking at it. Anytime I see something like this, they typically will want to go to their next, especially when there's great relative volume. They'll at least want to go test out the new high. So I would be surprised if we don't get up to this 11.23 today in this G-Tech. We'll see. It is Friday though, but kind of wedging right now on the 15 minutes. So
wow,
could be one to watch if you're a scalper and you're looking for another buck or so in this thing. Just heard no free trading for us in Canada. Yeah, that actually doesn't make sense to me, but pay for order flow. Oh, pay for order flow is prohibited here. Okay, that would make sense then. Actually, I wish we kind of had that law here. There's a lot of laws I'd like to have when it comes to what some of these brokers are able to do, like quote stuffing, and backing away, and all sorts of shenanigans. Let's take a look at what's happening on the change from the open. G-Tech we just talked about, looking like it's putting in a nice little flag here near highs, could have another move in it. This is kind of interesting. Let's see, did it go ahead and it did take out that high already? 465 and 4 cents. It took it about 2 cents and then backed away, but one to watch for maybe another push here. Playboy. I pointed this one out to the guys earlier, but it looked good, but I don't know. When I look at the news and see tier 1 or whatever, not tier 1, but what is it, phase 1 news, although it had, I'm not going to argue with the chart, but in the past I've usually made good money shorting those, but Saba's interesting, but really look at that daily running right into a bunch of a mess here. Don't see that very often. A big gap down and just a big old green engulfing bar the next day. And your EVs are doing well today. Let me see, RVIN, I noticed had a little pop earlier. RIVN. Oh, good, Dannon. Yeah, it's so much more. It's so much more better than like this Prague here. Is only if you're looking at change from the close. All right, you don't see Prague anywhere in the top list, so you wouldn't even known this morning. You could have caught this early too, that it had a nice little move because it gapped down, but you would have seen on this one. I saw it early, even before I think it went through highs. Had a nice little move there. Looking for maybe another one right here. So yeah, I think people get too fixated on change from the wait, what are you doing here? Fix. There you go. Let's do a little color coding on this thing, just so you guys can, if you haven't played around with coloring sometimes when you're trying to, it's a little quirky, but so let's just do one. Let's fix this change from the open and give it a nice little color coding here. So we're going to right click and we're going to go to custom colors. Okay. And first thing you want to do is create some breakpoints. Okay. So if you want the color to change at a certain percentage, let's say, let's do over 25%. So we'll call it, let's see. Well, you know what? We're going to be looking at all up on the day. There's no sense in putting negative ones on here because we're going to be looking at strong charts. So let's just jack it up a little bit more here. And let's go to 50. All right. And next one will be, let's just do it like this. Let's do 30. Let's do 20. And then we'll do 10. You know what? I'm going to change this. Hold on here. Let me delete all real quick. I'm going to start over here because you're not going to have very many. Let's do 50. And then let's come all the way down to 20. And then let's come down to 10. Then let's Go to 5. And then we'll do 0. And let's go with this one right here. Okay. Boom. Got a nice little color coding. Not a whole lot of stuff up over 20% today, but that'll be a nice little color variant there to see stocks that are doing well there. Check on my BKKT here. Okay, now I got to figure out why is that not showing up on my... It should be on there. Maybe no earnings per share. That's what's causing it. Thing about it is, if you take that out, every time I take it out, you start getting all these warrants and stuff. But I do like to see some of these SPACs coming through. So let's just try this. There's BBK. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stick with this because I like to see these SPACs coming through. And I'll go ahead and share that in case anybody wants it. May not have gotten it yesterday in the webinar, or if you did, you may like the changes. So I will just go ahead and save and share this and drop it into the chat panel there. Now I got to start looking for pullbacks, maybe even to buy more of this BKKT. Yeah, Frank. Yes, there's. I don't know if you're on the newer build, or you on the build that has docking windows. Oh, pad alert. Yeah. Okay. We're working on that right now. As a matter of fact, this is a brand new dev version that I got this morning. Now, we're thinking that some of this may be geographical because Jamie and I are in Texas, and and actually another guy too, one of our dev guys, and we haven't experienced any issues, over the last several weeks. So ours is pretty quick, It really is. It's snappy. Now, I know you're having some issues. If you want to, yeah, we can. Have you tried going to account? And I'm sure you have, and resetting your connection? If you try it, you can do this up to 4 times for our 4 different servers that we have. Go to your account and click on Reset Connection. A lot of times that will do the trick. Yeah, we are experiencing some issues with the slowness of the charts with our new version. Trust me, that's our number one concern right now, and we are working on it. If all else fails, okay, send an email to us, and we can get you a version, pre-docking version. In other words, before we had the docking, and there won't be any issue at all with that. And that goes for anybody. If you're really frustrated by the slowness of some of the chart refresh, just send an email, ask for an older version until we get it worked out. Some people, they can deal with it. It may take 3 to 5 seconds or something like that. But boy, I really think it's a kind of a regional thing, because I haven't had an issue in a while. Okay, yeah, Chris is saying he has it if you need it. Well, I guess you can drop it in here, Chris, huh? If you wanted to. For anybody who wanted to grab it. XPDI coming through. Ooh, look at that nice little breakout right there. Looks like another SPAC. Yeah, reset connection still slow. Yeah, I would just drop an email, to us, and we can get you a version that that will not, you won't experience that slowness. You won't have the docking windows, if that's okay, but you could go back and then I'm hoping that, really in the next week or two, we'll get this all worked out. There you go. Steve just dropped it in there for you. So if you want to grab that link right there. Now, be sure you uninstall. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, be sure you uninstall the old version, your current version first. Okay, since you're not upgrading. If you're upgrading, the new version will kind of override everything. But if you're basically going back to an older version, you need to uninstall. Oh, nice move there in BKKT. Yeah, Chris is dropping in there all the things you're going to experience with that version he's letting you have. You're not going to have no docking, no Market Explorer, no custom chart colors. So oh, look at that BKKT. Get there. Nice, nice, Frank. We love to hear that. It's great. Yeah, you're referring to our charts. Yeah, there's going to be a lot. We're not a charting package. Obviously, we're more of a idea generation, real time alerts. No one can beat us with as far as real time alerts go. So, but yes, for a lot of people, the charts leave a lot to be desired. That's for sure. But for somebody like me, who's just kind of a swing trader, they work just fine. Thanks, Frank. We'll install the current one now. So I have pre-docking. After uninstall, those windows will remain right. No, no. If you uninstall the current version that you're having slowness with, okay, obviously that's the docking version. So you're gonna lose all your docks. Right. Yeah, you're uninstalling the docking version, so you're gonna install that older version that should not have any issues with the latency and the charts. Still need those little windows inside. Well, you're just going to have to create. You're going to have to create. There's nothing we can do about that at this time. I have a lot of windows open. I got docking. So I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of this. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I need to close this once the pre-market is done. Trade of the week is doing nicely. Had a nice little uh, kiss on the $51. Chris is mentioning in our Slack. Okay, there you go. That's probably a good idea. Install it on another computer and then try it out first. The people that have done it so far, they came back and said, "Yeah, it's working great now." So, just a little bug, probably has to do with the docking windows. So we're working through it, and like I said, it's a top priority right now. You're welcome, Frank. You're welcome. Thank you for understanding. It's a nice little breakout right there through that 14 level. There you go. Good idea, Chris. Let's do a race real quick. Okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to configure it. We'll just race 2 of them. Okay, I'm going to configure this. $3 to, let's do 20. Let's do 30. And then I'll do another one. Duplicate. And let's do configure, and we'll set this one at minimum of $30, and we'll run it through 100. We'll max it out at 100. All right, and we will real-time race, and we'll run it for, let's do 15 minutes. And we'll take the top 10 cars. We'll race this one. Remember, this is 30 through 100. Same thing, top 10 cars. And we'll run it for 15 minutes. All right, it's going to be based on price. And it's going to sort by change from the open. All right. Let's go. Boom. See what happens here. See if anything's moving.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Let me move these out of the way so we can look at them on a chart. Okay, BKKT still. Remember, this is set for 15 minutes, so it's going to track it over time. So you're not going to see anything just go, real fast and ahead. It's just kind of give you an idea of what's what's moving. Mara getting a little move here. Now, obviously, this is probably a little bit better to run. Maybe after in the first couple hours of the day, but still, this will give us an idea of what you can be looking at. And I think it's going to be great for people to give them a different visual, different perspective versus just, staring at a top list and, just kind of give you an idea of, you may not be looking at the 10th car down, 10th stock down in your stock list, but if you see it on here popping out to the lead, it could, like I said, just gives you a better perspective on what's happening currently. Now, when you see the red, that means they're going backwards. They took a step back. So Mara's moving forward, but Riot's not doing a whole lot at the time. And you can see this would have been better to run it, right about in here after the first 30 minutes of the day is when I like to run them. See, and you get the stocks. I love stocks that remain strong. These ones that run up for 30 minutes and then they start bleeding back, giving it back, kind of like Fun did today. That's no fun if you're trying to buy that thing. I want to see things that are holding up and still performing well after the first 30 minutes, and especially what they're doing it on volume. TSP. That's no fun. Yeah, okay, Steve. Oh, I did say it. Okay, yeah, you're right. I did. Okay, I didn't even catch it at the time. Yeah, I like to have started this, and here's my plan: is to run this thing with maybe 4 different price segments, like $1 to $10, $10 to $30, $30 to $70, and $70 and above, and then have 4 races going. And what I'd like to do right now, you got to start these from a top list, but I'd love to have these in a new channel bar, called like the circuit, and being able to just pull this up and have these things starting over every 30 minutes, just kind of rotating in and out, and I think that'd be great. There's that Aurora setting up kind of nicely there. See, if you're watching your top list, you're probably, not going to know that Aurora took a little tick up there and setting up for possibly a move to this $15 level. But if you see it, if you're looking at this chart, you say, "Whoop, okay, had a little pop, not much of one, but it tried to sell off and popped up there in the last few minutes." So, see what happens. Oh, my BKKT not doing anything. I'm like cheering on my car. And like I said, this is going to be much more exciting. Like if you were on a Monday morning and starting this at 30 minutes after the open, than what you're going to see on a Friday. Even though the market is going to highs here. Just popped up there. Ooh, nice. Well, G-Tech, yeah, it did not want its destiny. I really thought that would get up there. Maybe Monday. That's a nasty move, though, right there. Pop up like it's going to go, and all right, we don't need to run this a full 15 minutes, but you guys get the gist of it. Let's try something else. So we're going to run these. We're gonna try running them on relative volume. So I'll bring these back over, and let's try that. So we're gonna run another real-time stock race. Same amount of cars. Let's go 10, and let's just do it for 10 minutes. And let's do it for relative volume. Okay, this one. Same thing. 10 lanes, 10 minutes. And let's do relative volume. No, you don't have access to the stock races yet. Okay, that's coming in the next build. We're on our second dev version. It's working great. We're going to be adding to where you can add more lanes, maybe up to 20, and probably add some more variables that you can race on. Okay, BKKT. Wait, what's it doing in this race now? Oh, it must have gotten over it got over the stock price. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, it's one to. No, wait a minute. How'd you get in this race? Oh, do I got them on the wrong side? Okay, these are my expensive cars. I'm gonna switch them back. It's confused me. Cheap ones on this one. Hard to say, Iris. Hopefully, I'm going to take because I know they want to get this issue with the lagging and the charts fixed before they introduce another beta version for you guys. So we're probably waiting on that. The cars seem to be working just fine. Everything seems to be working fine there. But hopefully, within the next couple of weeks. Okay, Pete, let's see. Hey, Andy, can you talk about the, basically, I think you're saying pros and cons of a stock forming a cup and handle with the 200-day approaching from the bottom, and what if the 200-day was like way above? Me personally, yeah, I don't, the 200-day doesn't, let me just pull this down a little bit. A good example. See, well, our trade of the week was a nice cup and handle. It was a beautiful cup and handle. I mean, right here. Now, your 200-day, since this is at all-time highs, is obviously going to be a lot lower. But I I would prefer it to be above all its average. I think it has it's a stronger chart if it's above, obviously, its 200-day. But if I see one forming on a stock maybe that's been beaten up, it will not keep me out of the trade at all. I do not mind buying stocks that are, I shouldn't say weak daily chart, because if they're above their 10, 20, and 50, and just because, who's to say that's a weak chart, even if they are below their 200-day. So it doesn't keep me out of it. And I don't need it really approaching from the bottom. I mean, it can be way above like this, like in this ASO. It's just a much stronger chart if it's way above the 200. And you got to think about what the market has been doing lately. Okay, like the SPYs. I mean, look how far they are above their 200. They're way above their 200, but it's not stopping it from going higher. So in all honesty, that's probably the least indicator as far as the moving average goes that I look at. I'm more concerned with the 10 and the 20 and the 50, but that doesn't mean. I'm trying to think of an example of a stock that may have formed one. Well, let me look at some of these stocks on here. See if there's not much on there lately. But don't let a nice pattern, keep you out just because it's below the 200. Now, if it's below everything, all your major averages, that's risky. But with that risk can come a lot of, gains at times. It's like this, I play stocks for different reasons, and like this BKKT that I jumped in today. I mean, look, it's below its 10, it's below its 20, but what I liked about it is it did have an explosive move. It had 14 days in a row without a bar reversal. So I knew if there's a good chance if it did this bar reversal, that's why I actually bought it before it went through, that, this could have a nice little pop. Not only could you have new interest coming in, but you could also have a lot of anybody who's short would probably cover, a good chance they're going to cover on this bar reversal. And the same thing could be said about a cup and handle pattern. I would definitely, if I'm playing a cup and handle pattern, I would want it above the 10 and the 20 and probably the 50. And more likely, if to form that pattern, it's going to be above, but not necessarily the 200. But it wouldn't keep me out of a trade for sure. I hope that answers your question there, Pete. Okay, Playboy is probably, this is not a good race either to run, because the relative volume, it's a race between other cars, so it's not a race between, in other words, it doesn't have to be doing huge relative volume, it's just outperforming the other cars. So this is probably one you might want to run early in the morning. But a lot of you old-time traders, you like myself, you kind of have your things that you look for, and you may not be interested in something like this, but I really believe it's going to help a lot of the new traders. That just kind of gives them a different visual, a different way to look at things. But I think I'll run a few of these races. That's for sure. All right, that's enough. You got me stuck on that 10 moving average. Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm trying to think of an example of a chart that in my head that's maybe let me see. Let me go back in time a little here. Because a lot of these are going to be below their 200-day moving average because they're in the lower 30 of their 3-month range. In other words, they're in the lower part of their 3-month range, so there's a good chance it may be below. So let me just go back in time here a little bit, see if we can find things. Let's go back a couple of days ago. Let's go back to Monday, actually. Yeah. These things look better. Well, here you go. Okay, so I'm not saying this jump in it, but this is a pattern here where you got a little, a little rounding bottom here and moving sideways. Not really a cup and handle, but, kind of close to that pattern. Okay, even though it's below, way below its a 200-day, and even below its 50, there's a lot of, in the short term, some decent technicals here because you have a 10-period moving average that's going through trying to cross over its 20-period moving average. You got a stock that potentially bottomed out and it had a nice little bounce up, and it's not coming back right now. It's going sideways as these moving averages. Now you got to be careful with something like this. If I trade something like this, and I've been known to, because I know what kind of pop I can get. But I'm quick on the trigger if I'm wrong. In other words, if this thing breaks down and closes below these 2 moving averages, I'm out. But it's an example kind of a pattern. This is kind of the best thing I can pull up right now that can show you, now this is an ugly downtrend. So, but I just can't find anything better. But imagine this being a longer base with a nice little kind of cup and handle, and maybe even, just right above its 50-period moving average. Even though the 200's way up here, I would, it's not going to keep me from playing that. That's for sure. See if I can find some more. You're going to see a lot of the same ones. And this market's just been levitating. It's just need some more movement in this market. Let's go back. Let's go back in time. Ooh, I don't know if I'll go that far back in time. Let's go Monday the 1st and see what happens here. Ooh, we got a nice little. Yeah, that big gap down scares me there. Nothing there. If this wasn't so wild with all these big moves, it would be. I could show you something interesting there, but it's kind of a tough one. Yeah, not seeing a whole lot right now. When this thing is the best is when the market is, when you get a sell-off in the market and this thing starts filling up. But when we're levitating up here near highs, I usually don't play stuff in this thing. Hey, okay. This is a good example, Pfizer. Okay? Look at it back here on, this is what I'm talking about. What day are we on here? Okay, we're on the 1st. So Pfizer was coming through right here. Okay, so you had a nice little kind of rounding cupping pattern here, and then not really a handle, but you can see what I'm talking about. Oh gosh, the 200 days below it. But imagine if the 200-day would have been above. This would have been a chart that I still would have been very interested in because, kind of like the one I just showed you, you got that 10 crossing that 20 period right here where it kind of popped up, kind of went sideways for a while. Kind of nasty through here, but you can see the continuation there. So imagine, if you will, this pattern developing, but it's still below its 50, and even if the 200 was here, that would not keep me away from a chart. Obviously, they're stronger when you have something like ASO. This is a much more bullish chart, okay? But I would not to answer your question, Pete, I would not let the 200-day moving average. HYZN. Where's the 200-day on this one? This hasn't even traded, so it doesn't even have a 200-day. But if you're asking me to take a look at that, yeah, that's that's not a bad pattern. Like I said, I usually these gap downs sometimes will scare me, especially if they're on earnings. A lot of times I've noticed after earnings, it takes a while to kind of work through them. But what do you see here? You got the 10 well above its 20 now and trying to cross the 50. So there's a lot of good things I could talk about. Potentially want this gap filled up here. Go for that to gap fill. New issue. So I'm always, this hasn't even traded, 5 months yet. So yeah, that I usually like for stocks to trade a while, but not bad. Not bad at all. Kind of right in the middle of its range too. Right in the middle, I bet you it's almost a perfect Fibonacci retracement. It's probably right at that 50% Fibonacci right now. All right, let me okay, perfect circle. What would you use to catch stocks that have sold off after earnings, consolidating, possible gap up after a sell-off? Typically, I have to have a reason for wanting that, and there has to be a couple of things. I'll tell you a good example would be Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, sold off after earnings. Typically, I would like these things to work themselves out for, several months, especially on a decent gap down like that. Now, what happened here? You had it retail just kind of took off. If you were keeping it, I could still kick myself because I had this on my radar. For not buying it on this day right here because retail was just kicking off. There were a lot of short squeezes going on. Excuse me, let me get a drink of water. A lot of short squeezes were going on in the retail sector, and boy, this had a big gap up. Of course, it filled it right now. Now this thing's possibly setting up again. But to be honest with you, I just have to stumble across of them. I don't look for things that have sold off after earnings because in most cases they take a long time after a gap down to after earnings to work themselves out. This one is obviously kind of an anomaly. You don't usually see something like that, but I think it had a lot to do with the short float. It's just huge short float. This is just total squeeze. But what you can do, a lot of times you'll see them on this, revenue growth fishing, or I have one that actually a lot of the people like. I got called Dawn of the Dead. Oh gosh, what did I just do? I just clicked on a channel. Hold on here. I hope I didn't have anything that I wanted to save. I don't think I did. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I got to go in a minute. Time flew by. When you pull up something, try to go over here and click, because what'll happen is you'll double click and that second click is going to fire off one of these channels. So just go over here, or even better, just click the load. There's not a lot of good one in this one. Ooh, look at that. Used to be $3,000 stock. But this is kind of the something that I'm looking for. If I'm looking for something that if I'm do some serious bottom fishing, is a long kind of 6 weeks to 2 months basing pattern, and then kind of rising up out of this base. And you can see, right there on this day right here, took out about almost a 2-month high there, at least 6 weeks, and now you're seeing a little pop running into its 50 there though. But tile. This is one of those Chinese schools. But here you go. This is a good example there. Perfect circle of a stock that just got clobbered. This was more China news regarding the education stocks over there, but a very long base. I don't look for these, but if I happen to see them, come across them, sometimes I will play them. This is kind of a death march, so I'm quick to get out if I'm wrong, but not something I recommend. Something that had that big of a, that's probably something I wouldn't hold to. That's probably something I would day trade. But anyway, boy, time flew by, guys. Time did fly by. Kind of look for bomb. Here's my theory on fishing. Okay, I will trade strong stocks just like I traded ASO. I got in this on that pullback on the day we called it down here at 46. I'll trade those, but I'm not opposed. Just like that B. If I have a reason to to get into a stock, just like this BKKT, actually a nasty little pullback there. May have to buy some more, but yeah, it kind of reached its goal there, so I don't know if you watch that. But especially in this revenue growth fishing, because what I like about it is these are stocks that they don't have to be on an all-time low. They just have to be on a 3-month low. Okay, sometimes you're going to find them at their all-time low, but as long as they're around their 3-month low, you're going to find some decent stocks in there, like this Pinnacle West Corporation. It looks ugly, but if I look over here in the position of lifetime range, it's nowhere near its lifetime low. Putting in a basing pattern there. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you can catch some of those, there's two ways to play this. You either buy a very little and look for a big move, or you buy a lot and you just go for a scalp, or you buy a lot and you scalp out half, hold on to the other half for a big move. But bottom fishing is definitely a different game. But be careful that you don't want that to be all you do. But if you're good at it, you can score some really big ones. All right, guys, I'm going to let Barry know that I am wrapped up. Things went fast today, and you guys have a great weekend. All right, and you know what? Have a great Thanksgiving as well. We'll not see you next week. We will not be having it next week because I think I'm going to take that day off, and plus. Chris may do it. I don't know if Chris is around. He may do it, but it's a short day. It's Thanksgiving, so we'll probably just cancel. And yeah, thanks everybody. You have a great weekend. Letting Barry know right now. Chris, I was talking about next Friday. I said, well, more than likely we'll just cancel it. So unless Chris is around and he wants to do it, but hey, let's everybody just hang out with your family and watch football. There you go. All right, looks like Barry's coming in. All right, see you guys later.
But, I mean, my thinking is that, I mean, it's basing beautifully. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart. It's basing beautifully. Basing. I mean, it's a little bit choppy, but between 17 and 18, you gotta anticipate that. Not very many in the float or issued. And so, but you can just kind of see if it ever takes out 18 with some volume. Imagine if the volume became something like this on a takeout of 18. It may not happen. Okay, no, it may not happen. But I do remember the SEV on Monday, I guess that was. And SEV did the same sort of thing for a while, just underneath 30. It took out 30 and it just exploded after that. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I see that the TLK, a little bit of a pop here. Oh man, see, that's why you wait, guys. You gotta have you gotta have a plan, especially for these sort of ones. And there's no history. You gotta have a plan and stick to it. Okay, I see it here. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not terribly active. Let's just take a look at it. I mean, obviously, I don't even know what do they do. Let's take a look at the IPO calendar and see what they do. Number one, is it an IPO that's going to be kind of exciting, or is it just kind of like the SAAS was one we had the other day? Yeah, it did nothing. So this is obviously, it's a bank of some sort, Utah Bank Holding. Yeah. The only thing is, I mean, yeah, 3.5 million shares, 1050. The problem is the sector. I mean, it's boring. I'm not saying it's not going to do something incredible. I just don't think it will. But I mean, it's just kind of boring. They also cut the IPO size down, so there wasn't that much interest at the beginning anyway. I'm just reading here. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is not to denigrate this thing, but I mean, if you read this, like, and then you read something about lithium or EV or whatever, what do you really want to pay attention to? You know, Utah Bank Holding Company. We operate through our wholly owned subsidiary, etc., etc. Listen, I'm not trying to again dump all over it, but I just don't think it's going to have any sort of, not today anyway. I mean, it might be one of those ones that creeps up, but okay, guys, I think there's a bit of a break in the action for me anyway. I think what I'll do, as promised, before I took my break, just kind of show you what I'm going to do with the IPO calendar for next week. You just got to bring it up. Okay, so here is my IPO calendar. So I want to click on the IPO calendar. And let's see, the 19. Wow, there's a lot today. There's a snowflake. You know what? There's only one next week. There's only one next week. However, look at that, 2.3. And the same guys who did Snowflake or Snowlake. This is a pharma. You never know. So we're definitely near the end of IPO season, of course. Look at, and this was postponed. One was going to, remember we were talking about this one yesterday, KLC. So this has been postponed. These are SPACs. I don't care about them. So anyway, what I'm going to do with the NVCT, I shall put the symbol in here, NVCT. Okay. Obviously, it's not trading. I'm going to create a price alert at $1. Obviously, it's going to trade over $1. Now, in my notes section, you see, this is what would have really drawn my attention to the LITM. In the notes section, I'm going to put 2.3 million at 12 to 14. That's the proposed IPO price. And I'm just going to put Think Equity in here. I spell it right. And in brackets, I'm going to type in the LITM so that I know that these are the same people behind the LITM. Not that this is the same sector at all, okay? So now that's saved. So when it starts to trade on Wednesday, assuming it's not postponed, I'll know more about it. I won't have to scramble to see how many shares, who was behind it, what was the proposed IPO price. I'll have right at my fingertips. I'll know all about it. Imagine if we had like a week like this week where we had about 10 IPOs, and they'd all be coming at you, and so you don't have to go and check the calendar. The other thing I find that this is good because we get the question a lot. Why don't you have an IPO scanner? Well, we don't. Okay, that's the bottom line. We don't. But I think it's better to do it this way. I really think it's better to do it this way. Why? Because if you're interested in IPOs, you can get at least a sense of what they're all about. You know, as opposed to just having a symbol pop up and know it's an IPO. I think it's better to, spend some time, I would say 5 to 10 minutes Saturday morning, look at the upcoming calendar. Obviously, in this case, there's only one. But, last week there were all these. And just, put little notes so you know a little bit about it. Also, I mean, the fact that this one, the minute I saw, minute it's lithium, so it's an EV play. And the other one earlier this week with the, if I back this up, with the SEV, I mean, you knew this was solar and EV. I mean, so it's in a sector that everybody's talking about. And again, not to downplay anything that this FinW does, but it's a bank in Utah. It might do great, but I don't think it's going to be. It's not going to double overnight. Whereas these ones, they've got that. They've got that look to them. Are we at 958? Perfect. In the other room said we are at 958 IPOs for this year. Don't know if that's a record, but sounds like a lot. It's about 87. What? Is that right? That's about 87 a month. That's about three. Almost. That's up like 3 a day. Okay, well, things have slowed down for me, which is okay. Kind of cruising into the close. Ooh. A little bit of a plunge for RIVN, guys. I wonder if Lucid is close behind. Look at the plunge for RIVN. As I say, look at the plunge for RIVN. On the 15 minutes. So this got as high as 140 and all the way down to 134. So it's a $6 move. But it's, yeah, this is fall, a little pull up, more down, more volume coming in. It wouldn't surprise me if the LCID does the same. I'm not in it anymore. The LCID, little bit, looks the same, kind of. Amazon testing of Rivian vans reveal questions about battery power and cameras, okay? Yeah, I'll bet. Okay, well, let's see if Lucid does, breaks down through 50. Well, I mean, is it reversing? Obviously, it got down to LITM. Got all the way down here to 15. I wouldn't call it reversing. Not yet. It's definitely in a downtrend. Hey, listen, it may not do what I was kind of hoping it would do, but no harm in watching. Okay, guys, off topic, okay? Off topic. Okay, guys. Well, this is really... I shouldn't be on mute, Ija. I just wasn't talking. Thank you, Perfect Circle. Yeah, I'm just not talking very much. Yeah, right. Yeah, so if you're new to trading, I wouldn't trade LITM, okay? It's that simple. I just have I just had a bit of a feel for it. That's all. Okay. I mean, if it almost for me, if it hadn't gone up almost immediately when I got it, I would have been out of the trade. But if you're new to trading, don't trade these. Just don't do it. Yeah, no kidding, Dak. That's something else. Wow, look at Riven. Oh boy. This is one you could have wandered away from your computer thinking, okay, the sell off, the big sell off, it's over. Now we're going to get back. You take a break at noon, everything is cool, and then as Zach posted some kind of news about battery issues or something to that effect. How true is this? Who knows? But you just take advantage of what you see. The market is starting to, I don't know, drift down a little bit here. Starting getting a little bit boring here. Yeah, Fetch is on the way down now after the big run it had. Looked like it was actually going to, I actually thought this might go positive. What did it get up to, 43? Yeah, I mean, it came within probably $1.50 or $1.70 or so of actually going positive after the big drop after hours on earnings. And now, though, look at this. I mean, now maybe reality is setting in again. It is the law. You're right. It is the law. All right, guys. I'm just scratching around here, looking at my other my thumbnail charts, trying to see if there's anything basing a little bit. Some volume coming in. I don't see any. Not for the stuff I'm looking at. What do you think of them? PTOS. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Yeah. So again, you know, you're talking the wrong person here. I don't look at stocks. I typically don't look at anything under $1. Okay. So if all these are under $1, I don't look at them. My guess is that most of these are going to. I don't look at. I personally don't really look at the pink sheets. Yeah. So these are all super penny. I just have a price range. I'm just not comfortable with these sort of stocks. But listen, that's not to tell anybody else. If you want to trade those stocks, go for it. But I'm just not comfortable trading those these real sketchy pink sheet stocks that are that. I mean, I know. Yes, I know. This one got up to. I can see right on the chart, 240. If it ever did that again from 2 cents, you'd be a millionaire. Yes, but just not my style. That's all. Boy, that's riven. Holy smokes, that news really clobbered it. You too, Dak. Again, nice to see you in the room on a more or less regular basis. Exactly. That's why there's a market for pink sheets players, and there's market for huge caps. Then there's markets for me who like stocks, you know, between about 1 and 20. You know, there's all sorts of different trading styles. It was only on my scan. Actually, it was on my scan early in the pre-market because I saw it was dropping. Well, that's what I saw. Afterwards, I did not see this run. Oh, Barry. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, excuse me. Just because I find that those stocks, a lot of them that I see, the scans that I create, they're generally fairly low float. They don't all have to be. So they can usually give me the biggest bang for the buck in terms of percentage moves. That's all. As opposed to something like a Facebook. I always, poor old Facebook, I always use it as an example. But, you know, Facebook's had a decent day actually. You know, I would pick a day that actually has a decent day. But with that sort of a float, it's going to take a bunch to move it. And obviously, it had some kind of room or some kind of news about it or Flex's financial muscle to break into the live audio market. But even a 2.8% run, I mean, wow, for Facebook, that's awesome. But for me, it's just not enough. That's all. And then if you're going to say, well, yeah, well, then you should look at these super penny stocks because, you know, if it goes from 2 cents to 3 cents, that's 50%. Yeah, I just don't trust them. That's all. So you're really new to trading, I guess. Okay, so the float is the available number of shares that are, or the number of shares that are available to trade on a daily basis. So typically what you do is you take the number of shares outstanding and then you start subtracting what all the insiders, like the C-suite, the CEOs, the CFOs, all the C-suiters own, probably some big mutual funds, because they cannot trade those on a daily basis. So you take the number of shares outstanding, you subtract all that, and that's when you get the float. That's the available number of shares to trade every day. And so when you have a very low float, like like an LGVN, let's take a look at LGVN. So there's 2.68 million shares in the float. So for me personally, anything under 20 million is what I call a low float. And why? That's just a number that I've kind of come up with, okay? But somebody who trades Facebook all the time with that 2.5 billion, they would consider 100 million very low, okay? So it all depends on what you're used to trading. But anyway, for me, anything under 20 million under is what I would consider a low float. And when you get a very low number, the only reason that an LGVN can do what it did yesterday and at one point today and be up like 100, 200% is because of that float. So just think of the float being the supply of stock, and then if the demand, which is the number of shares that are being traded, if the demand is high for whatever reason, that's why you get these crazy movers. No, I don't think I'll do the cul-de-sac today. Unless I get all sorts of hands up. Well, Becca, now you know I can't do it because I can't make you be right. No, the short float is the percentage of the stock that is short, okay? So this used to be a lot higher. So Weight Watchers, so there's the float. So of that float, 9% is short. Now you'll hear the term maybe a short squeeze every now and then. So if that was a very high percent, 9% is pretty high, but let's say that was 20 or 30%, that would mean that 20 to 30% of the float is short. Those are people holding shares, hoping it keeps going down, down, down. Okay. All of a sudden, though, if there's some news that gets that makes the stock for whatever reason on that day super exciting, some news, and it starts to pop the stock. Well, if you're short a stock, now again, if you don't know, if you're short a stock, you're hoping it goes down. If you're short a stock and it starts to soar on you, you have to buy the stock to cover your short position. Buying the stock fuels more buying. So you'll get what I call sort of the normal buying. Like if I weren't short but I saw something moving, then I just wanted to buy it because I thought it was moving well and all that. So that's what I call normal buying. But then the short covering is also buying, fueling more buying. So that's when you talk about, that's when you'll hear the term a short squeeze thrown around. The shorts are being squeezed. Meta, so prog is meta? Okay, I did not know that. Progenity, why? You can't mean this one, Ija. You're not talking about PROG being a meta stock, are you? Ah, Vicky. As long as they keep going up, I'm fine. No, don't don't get them started, Real. Ah, you can tell it's a Friday afternoon with not much time left in the trading room. So Lucid did not really follow. I mean, you know, Riven, RIVN had specific news to it. I mean, I think Lucid got a little bit, LCID got a little bit sell off on that, but it's not the same news, of course. So whew, okay, guys. Maybe we do our little thing again where we start throwing out some symbols for me with a stop, and I'll put them in the simulator and see how they do. Oh, the IPO price was 750, yes. And only 3.5 million shares, I think. So very, very low number of shares were issued. Let's make sure of that. Yeah, 3.2 at 750. Yeah, so very, very, very low. So, I mean, listen, it could do something crazy later. It could, but it's a pretty good pullback right now. But I'm telling you right now, if it takes out 18 later on, I'm probably in. Yeah, I mean, it's bounced off 9 pretty nicely, the LGVN. I might have to put a letter limit on people's names in the room. Boy, it's yeah, 10. Looks like it could take out 10. I still have that alert. Yeah, that was some day, that discus sell-off. You know what? My memory used to be pretty good. I know there was a big reason for it. I just can't remember. That's right. That's right. China. That's right. Now I remember. You know what? And it really has not recovered, has it? I mean, really. It's been sitting down here. That is a boredom grunt. This one was, and I don't think it's moved very much. Yeah, they did a financing. Remember, boy, this one was a hot one for a while. Remember how many months ago? 1, 2, 3, 4 months ago. Flora Growth got up to $20. Cannabis Play. And look at this. I mean, imagine holding this up here, praying that it got back up here. Now they've done a financing. Look at William taking LITM. Well, good luck. In the nicest way. Good luck, really. But knowing William, he's already out of it. He's got his 1/4 of 1/2 of 1%. Yeah. I tease William, but now there's a difference. It wasn't like, oh, good luck with that one. No. I meant good luck. If I could help you in IB, I would. I just don't know where to look. If you were to buy the SPY put 1 year out, what would the strike be, Ija? So if you were to buy a SPY put 1 year out, what would the strike be? Strike price be? Yeah, we are in a bit of a free fall. Look at, the Dow is. I mean, NAS is still up. SPY is dropping it somewhat. Yeah, the Dow is definitely, though. The value stocks are taking it on the chin. Growth stocks are still okay. Come on, Ija. Come on, Ija. He says he can't help you, William. Or Zach. Because basically you're trying to short the market. No, he could help you. He's just being a whatever. Come on, Ija, tell me. So I can tell Zach. Well, maybe I'll try to find it. I know there was, of course. Let me just see if I can find it. Should be under option trader, right? Son of a gun, why can't I? Okay, so here we go. So what am I going to look at here? How do I go a year out? That's the... Yeah, I just don't, sorry, I just don't know how to do it. More. Okay, here we go. Oops, that's not good. We're only 2021. Okay, so you want me to go to... Okay, delay. Okay, does that help you here? You can you see my screen? Okay, well, William looked like William helped him. Well, you timed that one incredibly well, William, on the LITM. You got this, well, right here, I guess, right there, that little pop up. That was so brief. That's a 2-minute chart, and now it's drifting down still. All right, guys, look at Riven now. RIVN. Look at the bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart for Riven. 2 bottoming tails right there. The sellers had it down to 128. They had it down to 128 something or other again. Buyers closed it here. Buyers closed it here. The buyers look like they're trying to regain a little bit of control. I'm assuming you're out of the short, Zach. Yeah, they look like they're trying to get a little bit of control back here. Yeah, so after a single report of an underperforming range for Amazon Van, a single report. Boy, it's nice to have my headlines back. Or not the headlines, but the actual news itself. $13.8. Yeah, on that one I'll have to. I mean, one vehicle. If one vehicle not getting quite the mileage it was supposed to, or so you pump that article out there. Would I take a guaranteed 1.5% per trade? A guaranteed. Yeah, I have to do about 30 or 40 trades a day. Well, if you're going to guarantee it for me, that's net after any commission or slippage. That's net. It'd be hard for me because what you would do is you're selling something that even is ripping higher with some kind of an automatic sell at 1.5%. I have pulled it up. I have pulled it up. I asked you. You're saying this is a meta stock? Is that the one you're referring to? This is a meta stock? And if it is, why? I don't get it if it is. Like it's a diagnostic test, etc. Oh, okay. So something else was a meta stock. Okay. You said it's meta, Barry, meta. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, in case you guys are wondering. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, until they change it to metaverse or whatever the heck they're calling it, as long as the symbol is still Facebook, I'm calling it Facebook. It's just like I can't call Google Alphabet or whatever the heck they want me to call it. Okay. I understand now. Oh boy, I don't know. Okay, where's the VWAP? $15. Yeah. This is just snoozing right here. And I'm messing right back. Yeah, it won't be in my lifetime that I start calling that thing meta. There's just no volume. No volume, Zach. Look at this. I mean, the volume just petered out completely. Look at this. But you're right. If it takes out that VWAP on volume, it did get up to almost 17. So just have to wait and see. Well, I'm telling you, yeah, this is super slow. I'm getting out of this TLK that I was trying to show you. All right, we'll do that one. So your stop is, okay, you meant 494. Okay. Let's take that one. That would mean I could take 1,000 shares at the market. Okay, took it. Okay, so I'm going to put the stop at 990 to 495. And let's see how that one would have worked. 1,000 shares, because you'll see it'll be approximately a minus 100. A red line will appear. There we go, minus 95. Okay. Make you happy, Ija? Yeah, I mean, if I truly were in this one, I'd probably put a stop a little bit lower. Probably more like 490 or so. I'm just looking at a 2-minute chart there. Looks like there's a decent support right around there. But on the other hand, I really don't like to see things break down through a whole number one. So that would share size me, but if it got to the whole number, I'd probably be out. So that would be the worst. If I were truly in this trade, I would have probably put an alert or a stop at around 490. Right around this area, 488, 490. They're always too tight if you're getting stopped out all the time. How's that? RIVN, guys, might be warming up again. RIVN. I was watching the way it was trading. There's a little bottoming tail there, but again, the buyers look like they're in, somewhat control. The next high looking left is up here around 135. I think G-Tech and I think LGVN, they look like they're done. Well, we're just going to see. I mean, I'll let this stop get hit. If it gets hit, it gets hit. 495. I'd probably put a little higher around 15, 16. Personally, just to see it clear this. Then the next high looking left is around 1545. But just to clear that 15. But I mean, and okay, there's a little bit of volume that came in. You can see that volume. What time is it right now? See, but that it's going to close in about 45 seconds. That bar will close in about 45. So it'll be about the same as these, which is really didn't do anything. More than the the three previous ones, but still like not. Let me bring a big chart up. Let's really take a look at it. Okay, so now, whoops. Okay, now we can see this volume bar right there. So now it is bigger than all the ones, for the last 2 hours, 3 hours, 2.5 hours or so. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, almost 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But it didn't really move it. See, it didn't really move it. I think you'd need some volume more like this. Just one moment, please. Okay. Yeah, I think we need more volume, like way more volume. Probably has to be more like this. Not orange colored, of course, the selling volume, but big blue bar that looks like this, that would really pop it up. I saw UT way earlier. UTI, it's in another momentum scanner. Yeah, pretty low float or low volume runner. Yeah, yeah. You can see how low the volume is. Almost 500,000 shares, and that's 11 times normal. So this does not trade very much. Relatively low float, 29 million. Certainly not high, but this just does not trade very much. So yeah, so if you look left, you see this 831 over here, this monthly candle right there. After that, the next high is around 976. Sorry about that, guys, and I'll be back in about 1 minute. Something just came up. I had to deal with it. Okay, so just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, I'm still not. Something's come up. I may have to take off. But I do see the. I do see the LGVN, which will not die. This is what it did yesterday. This is. I thought this was dead right there. This is after hours yesterday. Had the big pop. Then it dropped. I figured that was dead, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this happened. And then this morning, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but no, I meant it. I wanted to be on mute. Okay, I'm going to have to put an announcement up. I'm going to be on mute for a bit. I have something I have to deal with right now, so just give me a moment. So I am on mute. Take it away, Becca. Okay, disaster averted. I thought I had dropped my earbuds somewhere, and I didn't want the cat or the dog to run away with them. Anyway, okay. Here we go, according to you guys with the Prague, okay? Well, you're not going to remind me to do the cul-de-sac. Because it's not happening. Ah, pink text. There you go, thank you. What a team. Oh my gosh, there's GME. I do see it and volume coming in. I hate looking at it. It's so stupid, but oh well. Exactly, Poe. You got it. All right, guys. Let's see. What is anything interesting happening? Maybe for the last 45. I might wrap the room up again at around 2:45, if that's okay. Still need Becca's approval. Some people might think I'm being serious. It's been a long week. Well, it's always a long week. It's always a long week, but this was an exciting week, guys. I mean, there was tons happening. Can be like really mentally draining, but on the fun side. Decision time for me and the Lucid. Do I take it again and this time try to hold on? Is this a momentary, were these 2 days, not so much this day, this did get a high, but especially yesterday, was that just a momentary blip? Yeah, I've got my alerts. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't moved really. It hasn't really budged since the alert in the option scanner, 9:54. I mean, it's still 9:55. I have an alert set up here for the high of yesterday. Suppose if it takes that out, might get me interested. We have a halt. AMPG just got halted. Look at this. Oh, big pop here, guys. AMPG just got halted. Let's see where it could open at. What's this? Love their low float, 6.5 million in the float. So there is actually news. There's actually news on this. Okay, and that got halted. And that is a volatility halt, though. So the news is out. And that is This is a news, not a news halt. It's a volatility halt. It may turn into a news halt. I don't know. But the news is already out. Oh, it's nice to have my IB back with its news. Look at the Riven, guys. RIVN. Mentioned it about $2 ago. Kind of shrugging off this news now to a certain extent. I'm not saying it's going to keep moving higher, but still up for the day. I mean, it's still up. All right, AMPG, where are you going to open at? It's going to be a big open. Looks like it could be a big open, guys. Look at this, 495, 495. That's halted at 446 as we speak, but you know, a lot can happen in 2 or 3 minutes. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 222 and 53 seconds. So another 2 minutes maybe. Yeah, have a great weekend yourself, Yanni. Okay, guys, look at the SPY here. Not the SPY, but SPI. So this is now broken down underneath 6, underneath now the 200-day moving average. And after a big day a couple of days ago, kind of gave it up yesterday to a certain extent. Giving it up now. 539 is the next low looking left. Maybe a late day short. I don't know. Late day short for those of you. Put a 6 stop on it. 16-cent stop. Can you make 32 cents? That would be 52. What is the low? Yeah, so you have a reasonable expectation of a 1 for 2 if you put a 16-cent stop on it. All right, guys, we have another minute, if it's a 5-minute halt, for this to open. AMPG. And again, low float. Look at that float, 6.5 million in the float. 200-day moving average is sitting right up there at 565. It is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers, 164,000 shares. All right, well, let's see how this is going to open. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open in 1, 2, 3. That cracks me up. Okay, so it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. Could be the 10-minute halt. Baba, man, I haven't looked at Baba in a long, long time. I don't even know what the price is. 100 and what? 140? Okay. Not a good week for Baba. Wow. November 18th, pre-market, so I had earnings. How do you trade Tesla? Do you buy puts or calls, or like how do you trade Tesla to make it so that you can make some money on it? Excuse me. Assuming you're not taking 1,000 shares of Tesla, but no, seriously, like what do you do? Well, say what you like about Mr. Musk, but I mean, man, oh man, I go to my local Safeway or some of these malls, and it's just row after row after row of charging stations for or a way to plug in your Tesla. And I guess it's expanded to other EVs, but it says Tesla. It's just incredible. It seems like half the parking lots are now like that. Really? Well, definitely in Vancouver. It's amazing. It's really amazing. You park in one of those, and it's and if you're not, it's like you're parking in a handicap place or something. Then you're not. The Seinfeld episode. All right, well, let's see if this is going to 227. All right, well, let's see if this is going to be the 10-minute halt. 227. And this will open in about 10 seconds if it's now a 10-minute halt. Okay. And I see a 502, 502 open. 510, 510, 511, 511. And it's open. There it is, guys. It is open right up to 509. I know we're a little late here on that chart. 517. Well, I'm getting, you nail pounders are getting ready, I'm sure. Well, there's the Sega, guys. There is the Sega now above the high of yesterday. And a little bit of volume coming in. You see that little ramping up on the 15-minute chart of the volume bar? See it ramping up a bit? Look at you, Mr. Techie guy. Taking a walk and shorting. What are you doing? On your phone? Okay, well, it's still, yeah, it's still under 5 right now. What was the high here? 524? I'm interested, I really am. I just want to see it really give up 5. Maybe 490 gets me in on a short. All right, wow. Okay, well, quick scalping maybe. Which I've done. Now I'm going to see if it happens again. I'm talking about the amp G. What a game. Big collapse. Come on. Amp G, we're talking about. Yeah, I'd take the 420s. That'd be awesome. I'd even take 450. Awesome. Awesome. This is awesome. More. I would do way more of this, you know that, if I could pay attention. I love these plays. No, I might not wait for 420. But I don't mind. This is just fun trading. All right, guys. Well, the Prague we got stopped out. So it was a little bit of a pop. We got stopped out. Well, it wasn't halted on the way down. I think Zach thought it might get halted on the way down. It didn't get halted on the way down. It got halted on the way up. So lots of time to get into it. If you wanted to. Meanwhile, what's Siga doing? I love it. Not much can escape the value area. One day I'm gonna have to. You're gonna have to show me. No, I don't use. I don't automate anything. You know, I'm just watching like a hawk. I got my finger on where I want to take stuff out. So I don't automate anything. As I said, I would, you know, this gets down to the 50s, that'd be awesome for me. But if it doesn't, I'll be out where I shorted it. I've taken some off. I know I shouldn't, Zach, but I've taken some off. I don't have quite the faith you do, down to 420. I should, I know. But go hit, go. Let's see go. Go shares fall as key House of Representative Democrats have warned. So here's some news on this one. Precipice of dangerous situation over air safety risks from planned. Oh man. So that's the news that hit GoGo. Does ENT still do anything? They used to trade the same, kind of the same. ENT used to be the same, except I think it's just fallen completely by the wayside. Okay, but he's got a value area. He's got a value area of 420 for AMPG. Whatever works. All right, guys, I'm getting pretty close to wrapping this up, okay? So all I want to do now is just one last time to torment you with my homepage. This is the news right there. IZE. Ha! They build you another scan, right? Okay, guys. So yes, we have the promotion on. I put my homepage link in. Click on it, and here's the promotion code you can use, promo code you can use. Black 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And this is what I would do if you don't know trade ideas at all. You're thinking about it. Do not take an annual plan. You can try us out. Standard 118, less than 25%, or the premium, less than 25%. If you decide within a month you do think, yeah, this is the program for me, you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code, okay? But don't start off with an annual. And the big difference is the AI, which had a blah day today. Nothing really shaking today from it. Had some really good ones earlier this week. And as always, 3 free sections. The trade of the week delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. All the education is here, including mainly about trade ideas, but all the way down here, if you're new to trading, back to basics, okay? So if you need a refresher or you're new to trading, great little series for you, all free. And then of course, if you have a subscription and you want my scans, here's a layout, sample layout, and here are the scans that I use. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. These are a bunch of scans that I've created. I don't use them all at the same time, of course. You know, concentrate on these 3. The 10-day daily break out and down, and the moving higher with unusually strong options. And then these 4 in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Lots of information here and on in the education section. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. What is the benefit of joining the group? Are you talking about what is the benefit of the Trade Ideas scanner? Is that what you mean? I mean, obviously I'm going to be biased. I work for Trade Ideas. I've been using this scanner since 2010. I think so. Okay, so you're talking about the benefit of being in a trading room like you are. I mean, it's up to, you know, the benefit, I suppose, you can ask me questions about the program. We toss around ideas that we're looking at all day long. So if you like trading in a, you know, with other people and hearing other ideas, then I guess that's the benefit. Some people don't like that. And I do get that. I can't tell if you're a Trade Idea subscriber or not. You know, if you're not a subscriber, you can be in the room and you can hear how we trade, like the ideas that we have all day long using the Trade Ideas program. All right, guys. Well, just waiting to see how much further this AMG can move down. Maybe it hits that 420. Right now, I shouldn't say exceeded my expectations, but it's certainly met my expectations. Right now, anything else is just gravy. Okay. I like Zach's target. They both work for me. That's your Thanksgiving, not mine. But I will relish next week a day and a half off. Yeah, it's a real collective, without trying to sound too communistic, but seriously, we have a great. What I really appreciate about the room is that people will help each other with not even giving a second thought to it. I love it. No egos, other than Becca, but other than that, we've got a pretty strong room. Well, there's definitely more action, a perfect circle. There's more action in, what I always call the main room. There's no question. But, it's up to you. You want to stick in the YouTube room, that's fine. I love it. I love the tweet. I love the tweet. Hardly promotional at all. Everything else is cool. Motor Trend's 2022 Car of the Year. That's cool. It's not beginner's luck, but I love it. It's just the beginning. Hardly promotional. Well, I'll tell you what, Becca, I would give you the compliment if you could spell it correctly, but you've spelled it incorrectly, which really bothers me. So, sorry, I'm going to have to yank it from you. Now you're going to have to go back and check to see how you spelled it. To really digress, yeah, I mean, I used to be I wouldn't call it champion, but very, very, very good at crossword puzzles, and especially cryptic crosswords. If you guys have ever done a cryptic crossword, those are interesting. So consequently, my spelling is pretty good. Meanwhile, back at the AMPG ranch, if this hits 420, Zach, that is definitely some voodoo. Yeah, I still spell everything with the O-U-R, not the O-R. My spelling corrector, of course, challenges me every time. Or my spell checker, I should say. Really, William? Cool. Cool. Yeah, New York Times. But I then went on to do cryptic crosswords. That to me is the supreme challenge of all time. Cryptic crosswords. Sudoku's okay, but now if you've never done a cryptic, I tell you that is a challenge. Anyway, sorry guys, but we're almost done. No, I know, but I'm yeah. But when I'm talking, I'm never off topic in theory. I can't go to the off-topic mic, if you get my drift. All right, guys. I think you know what. I think that's it. I think that's it. I will. I think I like to wrap the room up. What a week. Let me get my script together. And before I do, though, if you still need more action and all that, and want to talk to somebody at Trade Ideas, Chris will be opening the YouTube room up again at 3:30. He'll go from 3:30 to 4:30. So if you have questions, you can always head over there. I'll put the YouTube link in. And again, he won't open it until 3:30. And I have my script ready. All right, everybody. Yeah, let's. Thanks for all the help all week long, every single week, every day. So appreciated. Have a great weekend, and I'll open the room on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye.